Hello! Welcome into stream. Hello. Sinuses are a little wonky. My head feels a bit swollen. The headphones are also a little wonky. But, hello. I hope you've all had a wonderful stream. No, wait, that's what we're doing now. I'm tired. I went to bed after 5 AM today. I woke up 11. I'm tired. I hope you had a wonderful Friday and Saturday. Hello. No pediatrics to the knife? No pediatrics to the knife today. There was already one silly lady doing that. Tuck security kept you up? No, I was doing work actually. I was doing some work on some contract stuff. And then I decided, okay, well, 4 AM, I should stop. And so I started to wind down and went, okay, so I don't have a totally awful sleep, I should make sure I read. And so I read until about 5 AM and then went, oh no. Crawled into bed, woke up, and then we went to do democracy. It was very funny because I was watching Jets' lovely stream this morning. That never happened. And halfway through it, I was thinking, okay, Jets has been very busy. She's a wonderful friend, but she's very busy. Just out of curiosity, I should remind her. And so I messaged Jets and went, hey, just to double check. You know, there's an election today, right? You voted before the stream. And she went, what? I've heard nothing about that. Oh no! So I would like to sincerely apologize to the jetpack. I guess I could have reminded her earlier, but again, she is a full-grown adult. She is responsible. She's just busy. Do you have elections every year or something? Well, it's like federal, state. Ugh. Speaking of state, the state of my fucking health. Ugh. Sinus is all gummed up. She went in the clown makeup. I feel like I'm in clown makeup. Hello. But yeah, for those unaware in Australia, we get to do a wonderful process in democracy where we'll have our vote and then make our way the designated sausage sizzle location where we are able to collect for a small gold coin fee a sausage. More specifically, a sausage sandwich. As you can see here with said democracy sausage. It is a long-run tradition in Australian history that we just get a fucking sausage sandwich, which, yes, is a slice of bread, a sausage, onion, and then whatever sauce you want on top. I like barbecue. Some like tomato, some people want mustard. But I'm gonna get a bun. Not a bun, it's a sausage sandwich. Isn't that just plain bribery? No, you have voting is mandatory in Australia. They can't bribe you to get to the station because there's a fine if you don't vote. What? Yeah, to encourage people to actually vote, it's really easy. You just go to the station. It's over in like 10 minutes. It's really not bad. Also, I feel as though my face tracking is a little wonky. Hold on. Let's try that. That's a little better? That's a lot better. Okay, it was via bridge. I forgot my settings, I think. Weird. Wah. And test 1 2 3. That's a bit better. Where? It's free food. It's not free. You pay for this. You go there, you spend $2 on a sausage sandwich. Farming people is a scam? If you don't know what ranked choice preference voting means, you don't get to say a single thing about the voting system. If you're from the UK or the US, you know that you have a problem. You don't get to say shit to us about it. We may be run by a country of complete fucking idiots like most of the time, but the voting system works pretty well. Because it makes sense. You go to like anywhere in the community that has a station, there's like one basically everywhere. You walk in, you say your name, your address, and then you vote. And you number the numbers, you number the boxes from 1 to 5 in order of preference. So you say, I want the small group of nice people to win. And then you put number 2 as the party that's slightly less insane than the other one. Then number 3, the insane people. So if the small guys don't get in, you have the less insane people that your vote continues on to.
They simply don't know the snacks Mako to you think he should tell the police they're committing voter suppression.
Okay, so on a regular day, I can comprehend the TTS, even though it's meant to be semi-Spanish. I'm gonna be honest, I am so far behind the curve right now that I have no idea what the fuck that just said. Let me read that. Legally, someone don't do the snags. Ah, yeah, that's voter suppression. If there's no opportunity to have a sausage sizzle, that is then yes. Democracy manifest. Simply un-Australian. This screams democracy, like forcing people into voting. You consistently have the opinions of a child. What do you think democracy is if people don't vote? Because then it's just however many people can discourage groups from voting. What do you mean? Every time someone's like, oh, mandatory voting? Oh, that's so unethical and against democracy. We should instead stop a lot of groups from voting because we make it too difficult. Yeah, you don't even have to vote. You just show up. You can like tick your name off and then not actually vote if you really want to. It's just, again, I'm not saying for any political party here. I will remain impartial in the interests of... I'm too tired to get into a specific political party debate. Fuck no. I believe every one of the parties in Australia are kind of cunts. And I'll leave it at that. As far as the voting system goes, the voting system is robust and fantastic. It works so well. You always mail you can mail your vote too if you want to. Choosing to not partake is not part of individual choice. 90% of countries don't have mandatory voting and not child states. I'm not sure that's it. 99% of countries that don't have mandatory voting are not child states. What does that mean? Child state. Also, again, you can get your name ticked off with a blank piece of paper. You don't have to vote for any of them if you really want to. You just have to try and participate in democracy. You can't just say, well, the system's wrong, I'll do nothing. Had conversations with people about this. The issue is with forcing people to do stuff is generally bad. The best solution would be offer monetary incentives. The monetary incentive is you keep 20 bucks if you vote. You pay 20 bucks if you don't. And to vote, you can just turn up and not actually pick anybody. Again, it's a bunch of countries that have fucked systems that hear like, well, we may have a country on fire, but by God,
do we not force anyone to do anything except all the times we do.
To abstain from voting is your own right. I think people then complain, oh, why do people vote this way? Is it hypocritical? Yeah, you can't have it both ways. Like, if you want to say, like, live in a hut in the middle of the woods, surviving off nothing, I would say then sure. But you don't get to say it, no, I should not be able to vote, and also I get to complain about the people who are here. Because then you're just like the average Twitter person, but in real life, which is even worse, because Twitter people aren't meant to be real. They're meant to just be like a homunculi, a conglomerate of people. You honestly have never voted? I think it could be a little bit of a mistake. Oftentimes, it's about choosing the least bad option, if I'm gonna be honest. Out of everyone, usually someone's gonna fuck up things more, and so you tend to go for the people that fuck things less. And plus, if you don't vote, that means whoever the most annoying and loud people are get to decide things, because they're the only people who are going to go out of their way to be a grumpy old cunt. Think of it like older people in homeowners associations. People with enough time and money to just be fucking assholes get more of a say then. And yeah, like, again, you can just say, nah, I don't want to pick any of these people, and that counts. You can just turn up and say, nah. You get your name ticked off, you get the paper, you hand it in. Democracy is flawed by design. Again, that level of conversation, I don't think I have anywhere near the knowledge to actually even debate about that. Probably. You would, but like, here's the thing, your guys relying right to time to sleep because you're exhausted from work. Oh, well, yeah, it depends on the country and state, I guess. I mean, you only have, like, mail-in vote. Fair enough if you're working all the time. That's why voting should be easy as possible, because people have to work a long time. Having to take time away from your free time to go vote does kind of suck, so if you make it easier for people, it's nice. Mandatory voting only makes 80% of the pool filled with clueless people who don't know anything about any of the options get funneled into the basic two main parties because that's all they hear about. Well, yeah, that's like the bedrock. Because if no one shows up to vote, then that just means the most active crazy people choose the crazy parties. Like, the two big main things is always going to be, well, that's what most people support. And also, yeah, like, the US has two parties. I don't understand that then, because the US has tons of people that don't vote because it's not mandatory and actively makes it hard, but they still just have two parties. So that's saying if you make people vote, it goes mostly to two parties. Well, congratulations, you're at worst at the same place you are now. So, not sure I get that one. That might just be me misunderstanding the argument. The people not voting are generally not the ones complaining about hot political issues every day. Yeah, but like, you gotta live in society. Like, I'm sure the people that choose deliberately to not vote for whatever reason that they can justify, they probably have a valid reason. But like, if you get to say, damn, these forms suck, why I had to fill these in for this government application? Well, like, anytime you do something in society, like, oh, the electricity rates are going up, there's something that you could do. There's always something. The vote for least evil doesn't work. I'd say in this message actual comment to people. I'm gonna be honest. If you think back throughout history, pretty much every time, you're kind of just voting for whoever's the least shit. There's very few times you think this person is clearly Jesus, reincarnated. It'd be nice if there was like clear, good options that want to help. But generally, it's kind of the least shit for everyone. And then occasionally, something bad happens in a complicated situation, so people go, I'm mad and I want to shake things up a bit. I'm gonna pick the people that fucking want me to die. That'll give them something to think about. Because there's no representative for people like you, the working class. Okay, but like you see how that means that your vote then doesn't matter, so there's no point trying to appeal to you. Like, okay. You have to understand how if you say you won't give any votes, that means that no one will try to appeal to you, so your vote will continue to never matter. Right? Unless that's sarcastic. Are you political today? The thing is, I'm not even saying for a specific party, it's literally just how voting works. This is like a process. I'm even saying, like, many people make good points about why they don't want to vote, but yeah, like, this is just a societal thing. Like, this is the rule to go. And if I want to, you know, have some representation, I'm not saying who specifically. I'm not getting into anything like Pauline Hanson is a fucking asshole. Not getting into any of that. We're just saying, you go there, you put your piece of paper in so that you can get at least something to show that you participate in society and can have influence upon it. You've ran without being a single issue voter for the past decade. They finally actually threatened ranked choice voting, so you gotta get off your ass now. That sucks. And yeah, like, from a minimization point of view, if you think everyone's an asshole, then you can pick the one that's the least asshole. Like, you're not Geralt of Rivia. There's not like lesser, greater, middling, evil is evil, there's no difference. It's like, okay, well, if there's one guy that wants to eat a baby, and one guy that like kind of hates babies and is going to look at them meanly, you're not going to say, well, they're both the same thing, they hate babies. You'd hopefully pick the guy that's not going to eat the baby. And obviously that's an exaggeration, but you kind of, you know, you pick the least shit one. What do you think? All toys are good, no matter wins will be fine? Well then, that's your prerogative. I guess better than places during a force vote, and a lot of people assume the vote doesn't matter. Yeah, a lot of people think their vote doesn't matter when it's like, well, if everyone thought that, there'd be no votes. So therefore one vote matters 100%. By virtue of believing your vote matters, your vote matters. Like if one person enters a raffle, and everyone's like, no, I'll never win the raffle. Well, if they're the only person to participate, they're gonna win the raffle. It's like, And yeah, the lesson you should get out of that is let's go gambling. You should gamble as much as possible. That is just the Australian way. Mako just doing roasted childishness. I suppose so. Like, I remember growing up with family that would say, oh, I never vote because things don't matter. And then they say, why are the bills high? Why are they doing this policy to Medicare? And you're like, well, the party that you decided to not vote against, they put that in as one of their promises. And they're doing their promises. And it's kind of like, well, yeah. Enjoy hearing Gil to review his characterization, him expressing his morality. Evil is evil. If I was saying it now and they ran in the laws of the Bondi, see that's the thing where it's probably too hot topic of an issue. And you can make great implications about society. And I'm inclined to agree that people should have more oversight of the laws that affect them. And there definitely shouldn't be positions in power that you don't vote for. Might you guys have enough energy to partake in politics? Well, the thing is, this is barely partaking in politics. This is like... I don't know if you're Australian or non-Australian. I'm gonna think by the way you reacted really strongly to Australia having a mandatory vote, and that's kind of easy. They're not. It's not really that difficult. I'm gonna be honest. The people that are annoying about politics online and bringing up every single moment are in the minority. Most people are just gonna say, hey, I want this, I want that, who gives me that with the least amount of shit? And that's kind of all most people really know. And portraying, getting into politics, like you don't have to wear the Uncle Sam hat, you don't have to do much of anything really. It's kind of just be aware of who people are. Hear a news story about someone being a cunt? Okay, well that's somewhat educational. Which party harassed you the most in the walk to the polls? I will say, South Australia has been a lot nicer for that compared to Sydney. Because I remember Sydney fucking sucked. Sydney fucking sucked. There was so many people out the front of every voting place that would just harass you. There were fucking like signs and things strapped to trees, fences, every single meter for like a kilometer to the polling booth. And there would be people that would shove shit in your hands, whereas here they're like, oh yeah, do you want a card for this party? No? Okay, have a good day. It was very nice here, like, because you'd go there, you're like, would you like a how to vote card for our party to vote for us? No, I'll just do it myself. Cool. It's so easy here. I was like that last section this year, 90% of funding cut. Ah, okay. Yeah, a lot nicer. Politics is all about the art of selling false promises. Even if the party you vote for wins, don't guarantee they follow through. True. That's why you have the threat of you'll vote other people in their place. Which is why it's healthy to have competition. Politicians lie all the fucking time. That's kind of being a politician in general. But if there's a possibility that they might lose their position and money, they are somewhat motivated to listen to you. Again, doesn't matter what side of any politics you're on. If they don't have a reason to worry about being voted out, they don't think about your vote. If there's a possibility they could be voted out, suddenly they will care very much. As is evident in Australia, like right now. Because one of the parties got completely dumpster fucked because they were being very silly and everyone was pissed off. But yeah, just to be clear, not saying it's perfect, just the voting system itself is quite good. Even if the people in charge are often, yes, kinda cunts. At least you get to choose something. Ow. Oh yeah, there was that guy who kept spamming people's text messages really rudely. I'm glad he got nothing. He was a dick. The voting system's terrible because you can't vote for Mako. I'll drink to that. No, please never put me up for beer. I don't want to ever rule a country. I don't want to ever be in charge of any bullshit. Please, dear God, no. And then someone's like, see, that's exactly what I want from a politician. It's like, no, please, no. No Plato philosopher kings. Please. None of them. I understand stoicism and that branch of philosophy, but please don't make me be a member of anything. Duck noses?
Politics is simple. If you care about something, annoy the politicians with the thing you care about. Voting is the bare minimum why you can annoy them with. The next thing you can do is email and call them when you're bored.
Also very true, yeah. You could just fucking email them. Go to the desk.
Let's go.
Too late. I've already made you prime minister of the new country. Oh yeah, there was like that country technically in the middle of Australia, wasn't there? Like the one which was anti-monarchy? I can't remember if there's still a thing on that. Hang on. Anti-monarchy country in the middle of Australia. Hot River? Is that the one? The Principality of Hot River was a micronation. Oh, dissolved in 2020. Bugger. It is no longer a thing. Sadly, this micronation has now disappeared. Yeah, the prince died, sadly. It wasn't Mako, it's average. Oh.
Sorry, but my curiosity is killing me. Was the sausage a reward for voting?
Oh, the sausage is... It's a tradition to have like a cute little bake sale sausage sizzle booth at the front of polling places. And it's not free, you pay for it with your own money. Because often, the way it works in Australia is they use like schools, churches, and all kinds of like community centers to do the votes at. So it's often like run by local volunteers. Biathlon, thank you for a gift sub. Yeah, like it's a cute, fun thing. That's not a struggle meal? Nah, it's fun. It's like $2 later. Yeah, like you give the money back locally. It was quite fun. They even had like hedgehogs at the bake sale. Various slices and bickies. Oh yeah, since someone else, is it like the ranked choice preference voting? Because I realized some people might not actually understand what the voting system is in Australia when I say that.
It's a miracle no one's
Because I'll be honest, I don't fully understand the voting system in other countries either.
On the top of the snag.
Where's like that nice Australian video that explains it? Oh, there's a CGP Grey video from 14 years ago. I can't remember. Was that the one where you can't watch them live? Okay, well here's a nice The Guardian video.
By we, I do mostly mean me. Spent the last year neck deep in US election coverage, but it's super important to understand that the Australian electoral system operates in a fundamentally different way. And probably the biggest distinction is that in Australia we have preferential voting.
It's Voting 101 for 2025 with Matilda Bosley from The Guardian, Australia.
To understand preferential voting, it's probably easiest to compare it to the system that the US and the UK use, which is called first past the post.
Is the internet dying? Why is it... Why is it lagging like that?
Papa? I hardly know where.
It's not... Actually, it's not the internet. It's fully buffered. Oh, maybe it's because I disabled the fucking... I disabled hardware acceleration in Chrome because I wasn't sure if that was crashing the graphics. Wouldn't that be fucking funny if that's what was crashing it? Well, no. No, I disabled it and it crashed the other time, actually. A little annoying you disabled... I need re-enable hardware acceleration.
In first past the post elections, you cast your vote for the single candidate you...
Oh, god damn it, Google. You can't play a video without fucking hardware. The resolution is 1080p. Give me a second. I will turn on hardware acceleration. People, do you really think free and fair elections exist anywhere else on Earth? Okay, first time message following 2 years. Okay, you're allowed. Oh, fuck.
O Golden Kappa train.
I hope just by having democracy in my title, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna get swamped with a bunch of people who think this is a regular political channel. I just had a fucking sausage and put in my vote for people that I think aren't as cunty as the others. Like, I'm not really gonna be like, and here's why you should vote for these people. I'm just like, yeah, I went out with my friends and I put in a piece of paper and I got a sausage.
Return of the Mako. There she is, Return of the Mako.
Hang on,
Come
let me
Return
change
of
the
Mako.
fucking
Oh my god, you
hardware
know that
acceleration.
shall be back. Here she am.
And thank you very much for the bits, by the way. As9, thank you very much for 5 gift subs. Oh wait, no. I've got use graphics acceleration on available. That is on. So, that's actually on. That's just Chrome being Chrome then. 'Cause I'm very confused now. I don't know how to... Have you seen the new MCU Spider-Man trailer? Is this because I put democracy in my title? Am I being punished? Am I being punished now? Oh god. I'm in hell, aren't I? Anyway, I put the fucking thing in here. Like, it should be hardware accelerator. I don't know why Chrome is being so fucking laggy today. Because everything else has been completely fine. Just YouTube videos. I pay for premium. I have YouTube Premium. Is it like... Is it an extension? I've got like better Twitch TV. Oh, maybe it's like it's only... Maybe Hyperchat's fucking it up? Because I have adblocker like paused. Why is it lagging the fuck? I even cleared all the cache and cookies like only a week ago. Ah well.
Want to win. Then whoever gets the most votes...
Oh, come on, you... Chrome! How are you being this shit? Like, how is it being like this? Is it maybe like if I just click...
Gets elected. Pretty simple. But here's the catch. Let's say there was an election where the biggest issue is which sporting event the government should fund. Of the 3 candidates, 2 of them want to host a tennis Grand Slam, and then the other is dead set on a Grand Prix. Now, the voting pool, the citizens, are mostly tennis lovers, but
it's buffered up to... What is the pause for? Is YouTube fucked? Why are videos not playing? Yeah, wouldn't be a Mako stream without an inordinate amount of technological issues right after I fixed a bunch of technological issues. I have 40 gigabytes of free RAM. I have 30% CPU usage. I have got 50% GPU usage. Is adblock? My adblock is paused. It's not even active on the website. I've literally just got adblock paused. I've got better Twitch TV. Maybe it's detecting any extension deciding to fuck you over. Just reload YouTube? Alright, I'll
I know we, and by we I do mostly mean me, spent the last year neck deep in...
Why is it like this? Do you use Chrome? It was working before. Have they enslopified Chrome in like the 2 days I've been away? Why must every piece of software get worse whenever I turn away from it?
Well, this is your reminder that you are strong, kind, important, and loved. Also Kappa.
Thank you for the bits. I'm just currently losing my fucking mind. I love Google. I love Google. I love Google. Software is so cool. Actually, wait, hang on. Let me try closing the YouTube live stream. And the chat widget. Maybe they fucked up the YouTube live stuff again. Okay, let's retry it.
I know we, and by we...
Nope. Nope. I'm gonna close all of these ones. I will have a single window.
I know we, and by we I do mostly mean me, spent the last year neck deep...
Wait a minute. Okay. So I closed the Twitch tab. Is it Twitch?
In US election coverage.
It's not shitting itself now.
Mostly tennis lovers, but oh no. Wait, they're...
What the fuck? I closed a couple Google tabs and the Twitch tab. Did Twitch break the fucking stream manager? Hang on. Wait. Just...
event the government should fund. Of the 3 candidates, 2 of them want to host a tennis Grand Slam, and then the other is dead set on a Grand Prix. Now, the voting pool, the citizens, are mostly tennis lovers, but oh no. Wait, their votes have been split, and the...
Okay, anyway, okay, technology issues aside, I think maybe Twitch just broke the fucking stream manager widget, so that's fun. I love technology. Anyway, this is Australia's preferential voting system. It was just a quick little aside to say, like, hey, here's how stuff works here. We get to choose preferences, and if our preference doesn't win, our vote still counts for falling off to the next people.
Petrol head gets elected. But now let's look at that situation with a preferential system. Here, you don't just tick a box, you write numbers next to each candidate's name in order of who you most want to win. You're numbering your preferences, if you will. The first round of voting in this system looks pretty much the same. Everyone's grouped next to the candidate they put first. But no one has the majority yet. No one has more than 50%.
Like the straw poll, kind of.
The racketeurs have the fewest votes, so let's take them out of the running, and all of their voters will have their number 2 preferences counted instead. Naturally, a lot of those votes flow to the tennis tragics, who now have more than 50% and win that seat. And the will of the people is better represented. Unfortunately. In a real election, there'd be way more candidates.
Yeah, so rather than say, if there's like 50 parties that each have a different belief system that kind of aligns with a broader group, and the other side has like one party, which will always win because they aren't as divided. This way, you get to just have a preference for a small team, and then it can flow down to bigger and bigger teams. if they don't get in. It's a nice thing to have.
Candidates and way more rounds of votes being redistributed. But the really interesting thing about preferential voting is that it essentially removes any risk of your vote for a minor party or independent candidate just vanishing into thin air. Because no matter how many times your ballot gets moved, it will always go to someone. Even if the battle comes down to the candidates you put last and second last, you still get a say on which of them you would prefer to represent you in Parliament, and your vote still counts for just as much. Now, let's chat about some real-world tactics for ensuring your ballot does exactly what you want it to do.
Yeah, so that's how that stuff works. I, of course, will not go into the specifically political, extra real-world implications, but that's like a kind of, you know, a nice little summary around it. Reinventing the wheel? It's not. This has been a thing for a long time. Also, the wheel is fucked. You've been here saying how fucked the wheel is, and I'm like, whoa, let's not reinvent the wheel here for something that clearly works. Posted a good comment explaining preferential vote in the stream chat. Oh, thanks. Let me take a look. Oh, the koala one. That's the fucking one. Yeah, so for the people still confused about Australia, welcome to stream. But also, let me just put the tabs in here. There we go. Alright, you can't waste your vote in Australia. So say you have a complete scumbag party, discreet scumbag, insane mandatory puppy torture, independent, and then a nice party that's like fucking a bunch of stuff that you may or not want, or you may want, depending on whatever it aligns with your interests. Everyone's perspective on who is who depends on their own alignment. Up to you, really, what you believe. Do your own thoughts. Don't let people tell you who to vote for. I mean, to some degree, you kind of always are, but... I want to vote for the nice party, but I know they won't win, so I guess I better vote for the discreet scumbags rather than the shit ones, otherwise I'm throwing my vote away. And then, this is a cute little comic that... It makes its rounds every time. Beats the shit out of and say, wrong, Ken the voting dingo. In Australia, we have preferential voting. You can vote for the discreet scumbags to beat the complete ones, and still vote number one for a smaller party. So you say number one means the smaller guys, and if they don't get in, then it goes to number two, and if they don't get in, then it goes to number three, and so on. So you need to get an absolute majority, that is over 50% of the votes. So if you have 100 people, and 51 votes are then needed to win. So they count the number of first preferences. Sadly, no one has a 1. These people have the most. So in another system, you'd say, clearly they win. But in Australia, and with ranked choice preference voting, you say, well, get rid of that fella, and then all the people that voted for them get distributed to their second preference. And then if there is not another winner after that, those votes then get distributed to the next preference, and suddenly the less shit people won because all the people voting for the other candidates that aren't these guys get redistributed to them. Sounds communist. I don't think you understand what communism is. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think you understand. Is this governmentation of vote? Things would be bad if it's come to this? No, it's because a lot of people are confused, and all the people are in the chat room right now. Why do you like, whoa, it must be dark times? Like, no, a lot of people don't know, as evidenced by just being here. What? So now you have to keep track of multipliers instead of just one? Yes. In any voting system, you have to
keep track of multiple parties. Because at the very least, to vote, that means there's more than one. So how are you going to vote if you only look at one group and know nothing about anything else? What? Yes, you have to keep track of multiple people. You're not just like born saying, I'm gonna vote for Michael McDoesn't exist because I'm a Michael McDoesn't exist family. Who are the other guys? Who knows? Yeah, so instead of having the obvious out loud cunts win, you have the slightly less cunts take the win after the people that were in the nicer party or the crazier party distribute to them. And you may think, well, what's the point of this? Yeah, kinda. We have a ranked choice one. It may not be preferential. The votes don't fall through in the same way. But it is better than just like a basic people pick one or two. So there's still a point to actually doing this because you're able to say, alright, minor parties independents can and do win seats if enough people vote for them. You lose nothing by voting for a small one first because you still have your vote counted if they don't win. And plus, it makes the people in charge think, okay, maybe I should listen to those people rather than just say, well, they vote for me and only me. This seems to add so much complexity over just voting for your favorite candidate. Yes. Because what if your favorite candidate doesn't win in the basic system? Congratulations. This situation happens where you voted for this people, or this people, or this people. None of them win. Only the people that were all unified to vote for one person wins. And yeah, you can just vote your top 3 and then number the rest of them in an arbitrary order if you really want to. This way, if enough people support mostly around here, it'll go distributed between them rather than...
Communism is the only system where you vote by not voting. You have only one choice on the ballot, but your choice is whether to vote or not. The party will take the voter turnout as a gauge of how much the people agree or not with them. They must really hate you if they...
Actually, I'm not sure about how elections work in currently communist countries. I know North Korea has the thing where they technically say 0.something% of people can't vote, so as to create the illusion of dissent, but really I think it's people who weren't able to make it that day, whether it be traffic, getting stuck somewhere at work, or, well, dying. That's how it works in Soviet Union. Ah, okay. This is so messed up? How is it messed up? What do you mean this is so messed up? Explain your thoughts, like, somewhat. How is... Hey, the asshole party that has a bunch of people and money to say, vote just for us, doesn't win over all the people who are like, well, I like some of these people saying some of these people and some of these people. This is more people. That is a greater majority of people that vote for someone else. So rather than just a small group but dedicated winning, it's the overall will of the people. And this goes for everything. I don't give a fuck if it's left or right or up or down. Most popular party doesn't win. Yes, because most popular in your instance isn't actually most popular. It's whoever's most concentrated and dedicated. This is why you stay out of politics. You rank 1 e-data, name, obviously. You gotta understand if you're saying, oh, see, but this is complicated. This is complicated. It also means, the most popular party doesn't win, so therefore it's more complicated. And that's why I stay out of politics. Yes, because currently the most popular party wins because it's simple, and so you don't have any incentive to learn anything, so there's no reason for it to change. They never said anything that doesn't rage bait. Yeah, I know. I was gonna raise my voice a little bit then. I'll go back to being sleepy. Some people are baiting. Yeah, probably. But your one vote doesn't change anything. No election was won by one vote. Tell that to all the times on stream.
Tell that to literally the concept of voting. Because again, if there's 50,000 people that think their vote doesn't matter because why does my one vote matter? That means 50,000 people don't vote. That's a huge amount of votes. At that point, it's like a Naruto belief versus unbeliever thing. Whoever believes enough in the power of friendship wins. You've seen someone win by one voting error? Yeah, like the whole thing about, oh, but by one vote doesn't matter. That is a self-defeating concept. Just realizing I'm raging amok about politics. See, it's barely even politics as in a belief system we're talking about. It's literally just the concept of civics and how to functionally talk about a vote for anything. Like, this applies not just to choosing a political party. This applies to everything where there is a vote. You guys should understand from the concept of being on the stream why voting matters. Because then you complain about all the chatters like, why'd you, oh, but I wanted this thing to win. Okay, vote. Yeah, my one vote doesn't matter, says 1 million people. Australians saying we're right if this is how I want to do it. Yeah, say you will about Australia being largely kind of lazy cunts. Our system does work pretty well for the voting itself. This isn't even politics, it's math. Yeah, like again, I am not making any personal judgment on who you should vote for or what beliefs. Literally just the concept of the system that we use is very smart and helps represent you in, well, everything. For example, I mean, we'll literally go to the game stuff, right? Straw poll. We use straw poll all the time on stream to vote in a ranked way where every game has a preference from 1 all the way down to the bottom. And although it's not the same thing as ranked choice preference voting, so the votes don't fill out in the same way, you still get to have more allocations to your first pick and then second pick and so on and so on. So for example, if there was a game that everyone really, really, really loved, then that one in a multiple choice system gets all of the votes. Say if you have the About Fishing demo as number 1, but enough people want to check the other ones out that they put that as their second or third preference, those games then have a chance of actually going up in the rankings. Because enough people overall have a general idea that they want something and not that they're 100% dedicated to exactly that thing. Because the idea is less so whoever is most popular and dedicated wins. It's instead whoever is in general what people want is meant to win. You have 10 million people vote one party, but at the same time 50 million people voted against them. That means 50 million not going to be involved at all. Sorry, what? You could have 10 million people vote one party, but at the same time 50 million vote against them. 50 million aren't involved at all. As in for the original system. What does that mean? If you want examples of close votes, Virginia House of Delegates is one on a 51-49 split. Wow. As in first past the post. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Wait, so... Okay, this might be a minefield. Again, I want to say here that I do not say who you should vote for. I don't want to say what beliefs matter to you. In the US, are you guys a first past the post system, so whoever votes first and has the most at that time wins before everyone's votes are counted? Yes, no. Majority went. Hang on. First past the post. Choose one. First preference plurality. Apologies, Australian. Very hard to pronounce that syllable. First past the post voting. Candidate with more first preference votes than other candidate is elected, even though they don't have more than half of the votes. Ah, okay. Yes, that's kind of shit then. It's just whoever prefers them in a dedicated way the most. Many experts agree preferential voting is a good system in comparison to other systems. Yeah, it's just, it's more complicated, but once you're used to it, it's kind of just, you number like 3 boxes or 5 boxes. It's not that complicated. Again, if you say this guy or this guy, a lot of people would like to just say one choice. There is a couple more choices with ranked choice preference, so I understand why people get confused. Even if it isn't that confusing, if you just, you know, take a couple of minutes to go, oh, okay. The stream is long enough to extend the electoral college. Yeah, that's a bit out of my wheelhouse there. If possible, I would like to avoid Australia at US division. If at all possible. Oh, by the way, it's currently the ad break. That means that it is a wonderful time to stand up and stretch, move your limbs, etc., etc. So, up ya go. But yeah, that's the just Australia, there you go, that's how our system works. We get a sausage at the end of it if we pay like $2. It's pretty good. $1.50 at Costco? No, but that's US dollars. $2 Australian is less than that. Alright, good stand up and stretch. Good job, everyone. Doesn't it be good to brush up on civics at times? Yeah, it's an important thing to just, I don't know, participate in society somewhat. Which Australian state do you think would succeed successfully? None of them. We're fucking lazy as shit. That's never gonna happen. Not because of some magical revolution thing. Australians don't give a fuck about much, if I'm gonna be honest. We are an incredibly apathetic people. It would take a lot before anything remotely in Australia is like succession. How about changing the apathy away? I mean, that's what I'm saying, go out and fucking vote. But by and large, nah, the Australia in general is like that. Do you vote most of the time? Yeah. Oh. Spotify did the thing where it switches over to autoplay. I've got that toggled off. Stop doing that, Spotify. If I'm playing a playlist, why keep switching away from that playlist? Every fucking time. Speak for yourself is what I'd say if I could be bothered doing anything. Yeah. But yeah, like that's why the democracy sausage is such a good idea, because most Australians will care more about having a sausage than really doing the voting. I'm gonna be honest, half of that was my reason today. I didn't have lunch, I was very hungry. Come on, party over for better sausages. Nah, it's just the people volunteering. So at a high school, it's often like high school kids and the parents and teachers that like volunteer. At a church, it's usually, well, the ministry, as well as churchgoers that volunteer. And then on government buildings, it'd often be, well, the employees that make sausages. You know, different places in Australia vote with no ID? Nah, because there's a registered system to see if you've voted or not. I'm not 100% up to date on how they do the fraud prevention stuff, but generally it's a lot of, they can't change things on the day. They have to have multiple people watching the systems. It's counted by a ton of people in a row. Actually, that's a fair question. How does Australia prevent people voting multiple times? Because I've always wondered that myself. And again, to reiterate, this is not me talking about any political party specifically. This is just kind of just interest here. Electoral background is published by the Australian Electoral Commission for a basic introduction to electoral law, policy and procedures for information. This one focuses on fraudulent behaviour. Electors can enroll more than once if they make a false claim for enrollment using a false name or address. Person shall not do this there. Okay, if you impersonate someone, it is a 6-month jail sentence. So you can't do fraud, because if you're caught, which you probably immediately would be if they cross-check it, then you go to jail. Because technically that is probably close to some kind of treason against the country. And any country if you try to do election fraud. Have you ever been offered a succulent lap chong, a dry Chinese sausage for Democracy Day? I have not. How, if they don't ID check you, how do they know who to jail? Fair question. Fair question. Okay, there is a huge line here. There's a thing in there if you want to read up on that. Trees in the US specifically for the 8 enemies around the world. Fair, okay. And just regular crime. Brain fire on all cylinders? Hell no, I'm on like no cylinders today. I did work up until I streamed. Had to delay stream because I was doing work stuff. voted. I said on my Kindle, by the way. Like, I got the fucking Kindle Paperwhite. And it thankfully had a version that I could jailbreak. I have not had a chance to read anything on it, other than just say, oh wow, that's how it looks. And the ink display is quite lovely, actually. I was surprised, like, if you've never seen one before, it's kind of freaky because it has this weird, like, refresh to it. And I'm also surprised how readable manga is. Like, from what I've heard, people have mentioned that manga's hard to read, but going from phone to a Kindle screen, it's really readable. Jailbreak Kindle, isn't that not allowed? No, like, there is no one that has ever been banned for jailbreaking a Kindle. And also, in Australia at least, they're not sold with ads. So there's nothing I'm circumventing. It's literally just, hey, I am able to install other applications on this hardware that I own. And Amazon can't force updates. Like, I would strongly recommend it, especially since Amazon has been fucking with their books and rewriting them to add modern references to things to classic books. Which is really fucked up. That is... And yeah, it's a little bit of a silly thing. People tend to say 1984. But it kind of just is at this point. Like they have. Unfortunately, if you haven't seen it, yeah. Let me show one of these one. Where is it? It was something where they renamed it to go watch TikToks instead of... They frame it as a modernization thing rather than a, you know, a motivated agenda. It's just framed as modernization because otherwise people wouldn't want to see media older than them. But it's quite strange because they insert smartphones into fucking things that didn't have them originally in the story. I gotta find it. I think I found it. Pretty Little Liars. That's one thing that got rewritten. 2006. Oh, that one was not added into the book. That one was a... Here we go. Okay, I found the one. So, this is what I mean by I would, if at all possible, like to have ebooks as actual files that I know won't be changed in the future. Because someone you don't know and not the original author changing the book for distribution in the future is a little terrifying. Sorry, in Pretty Little Liars, originally published 2006, they updated to include a TikTok reference. You guys want to come over and watch this cool TikTok I found? This guy is doing this challenge where he eats bugs, Mona cold. And the original says Fear Factor. Because 2006. So it's quite strange. And I, if at all possible, would like to avoid books being overridden. Come over and watch TikTok is also a dumb fucking sentence. No one does that. Yeah, because at TikTok, you watch on your phone. You wouldn't come over to watch TikToks. You would just send them to each other in messages or like show it to them there. You'd send it to them because you're calling them on a phone. One thing for anime adaptation. Yeah, an anime adaptation like Parasite, because the original Parasite manga, right, was set in the 80s. I'm gonna make sure there's no nudity. Because there was. Yeah, so the original Parasite manga was a very 80s art style, And the story had the dad reading a newspaper, and it was in that time period. I can't remember the justification, but I assume probably because of, well, time period the new series was made in. And also anime's art styles not being the 80s style anymore. They changed the anime to a modern setting. And so there is technology, and the dad reads on an iPad. It does, I will say, I do think Parasite, as an example, is a bit of trouble, because multiple points could have been fixed if they just had access to a smartphone that they have in the universe and just talked rather than have artificial limits. Like, some of the things don't make sense if you can just call people. So, it's a different story. In this case, it is sanctioned and deliberately a different thing. It doesn't replace the manga. It's an adaptation that is separate. This would be like if they deleted the manga and republished it digitally and you couldn't get the original version for the same people anymore. They just replaced it and didn't tell you. This is a lot weirder than having a separate adaptation with a time skip. Yeah, this is its own thing. You are not an infidel? I don't... What? Oh, you just spam things. Every chat message has just been spam. Okay. I'm talking about fucking anime and manga, dude. I don't know what you're doing. But yeah, I firmly believe that you should own at least physical copies or digital copies of stuff, because we see time and time again, large companies are not your friends. They will go wherever the wind blows, and oftentimes it can just be some guy that comes in and says, look, we don't have to actually hire people for writing new books. We can just change a couple sentences in this one and resell it. Or, oh, well, I guess we can change some things here. Might sell a little better. And suddenly you have a flood of a bunch of changes being made without author's consent. And then that trickles down away from innocuous stuff like setting to, what if they rewrite the story? What if they change how characters act? What if they change key elements of the story and present it as if it was always that way? That is, unfortunately, again, I know people say literally 1984, but that is a core theme of 1984, is the rewriting of history and the rewriting of what should be a concrete record as if it was always that way. Or they start writing ads into them. That would also be a motivation for some people, unfortunately.
Hey Mako, you're from South Australia? I'm going
Yippee.
to vote
Not from, I
later in
didn't
the
move you.
year because I'm in big. Happy democracy sausage Mako.
Good luck
Hope
with
it
yours.
was yummy.
Thank you very much for the $5 dues. Thank you, Hekamomo. Stream version of French Connection mutes Pop Idol saying a few slurs, even though the movie makes fun of not being good. Yeah, there is a point, I would say, and this is with all literature in general, where you are allowed to find things offensive. You are allowed to say that something should not be this way anymore. But to deny the history of things being that way is the same thing as, well, letting them happen again and not acknowledging your mistakes. It'd be like if they had To Kill a Mockingbird and they censored all instances of the N-word. That was a time in history that was awful, and it should be preserved, because otherwise we're just gonna go through life saying, that never happened. That never happened. And at some point you're gonna have all the people in charge of things getting really confident that they can just rewrite a whole bunch of media, rewrite a whole bunch of what should be considered a fact, and not as a edit, as in, hey, here's an update the original is preserved, but this is how it is and how it always has been. I believe that our beliefs can change. I believe that society does move on, but the preservation of history in regards to literature and historical events should have, sources and records. Yeah, like, the author can be a fucking asshole. The author can be a piece of shit. But the themes and narrative can still be important. Case in point, Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt is a fucking asshole of a guy that has been, I believe, charged multiple times. But as far as acting goes, his movies are still considered some of the best. He is. Unfortunately, yes, look up Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie with the plane. Was Angelina Jolie here? Brad Pitt. Angelina Jolie plane. Is that the one? Yes. Okay, yes. I will, of course, not go into that on stream, but yeah. Again, someone could be a fantastic actor, but also a piece of shit. Doesn't mean they should be deleted out of a movie. Doesn't mean that we should pretend they never existed. They should be revealed as a piece of shit so people can call them a piece of shit. But what they have done still exists. And I would say same thing applies to game remasters. There was a good point from GOG, and I usually love Capcom, but many Japanese companies make the mistake of thinking that there is no reason to preserve older games as they were, and they instead see remakes as a replacement for the original rather than a reimagining or remake of it. That was the one. Here we go. So this is the GOG team on Resident Evil. GOG does pride itself on playing a slightly different role to its friendly rivals. Unlike so many other companies, it often doesn't work with the original source code of games. It's also less focused on remastering titles for a modern audience, and instead likes to re-deliver that original experience. A year ago, GOG released the original Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 on its platform, and I mean the original ones. Not the remakes, not the HD remasters, but the games as they were, albeit with a few technical tweaks. I was one of the people that spearheaded this project, says Marcin Pajinski. My apologies, I cannot pronounce Polish correctly, please do correct me if I do. GOG's senior business development manager. Capcom were like, we have all those remakes, it's already the superior experience to those games. They didn't see the value in bringing back the vanilla versions. Took a lot of convincing there is an audience that has a lot of memory about those games and would love to experience exactly the same game again. Thankfully, we were able to convince them. I really appreciate GOG for existing, and I don't know where we would be if we didn't have Steam or GOG. I think we'd be kind of fucked. Because plenty of games, especially the physical copies, although it's good to have physical versions of stuff, unfortunately, if you can't make copies of physical media, that media will inevitably die at some point. You can say maybe it's past your lifespan, but what about your kids? What about if you are an age now and you want to watch something that someone your parents' age or grandparents' age would have been? Preservation matters because people creating things matters. And people being able to experience the things others have created matters. That's why we have pirating. Not the same thing, because piracy is illegal, and piracy is technically punishable by fines, jail time, etc., etc. Piracy existing does not supplement adequate preservation methods. And you can say, oh, but Mako, it does. Okay, Bloodborne. The current theory is potentially that they may have lost the source code to Bloodborne. And it doesn't matter how many people pirate that, there may be no way to get that back if that story is true. Again, that is a theory that has been circulated online that is not 100% certain, but it's been close to what, 10, 12 years? Those source code, how? Again, Bloodborne is a hypothetical, but many Japanese projects traditionally have had very poor software practice because software in Japan was not seen as much of a respected medium and traditionally was kind of just there to get stuff done and not seen as important. This exact same thing happened with Homeworld Cataclysm. Happens in many companies. Just to be clear, not just Japan. It's just Japan tends to make a lot of great games that people want to keep seeing, and unfortunately hasn't had a history of preserving them. There are a lot of movies that no longer exist. Think about how relatively new movies are and how you already have some that don't have existing copy. Yeah, like the Doctor Who episodes recently, where an almost entire season of a show was gone. If the source code were pirated, it would be much harder to become lost media. Right, but piracy of a video game is taking a copy that you have that you purchased legally and dumping the files from that. Piracy of the source code is breaking and entering into a company and taking their company files and distributing them online. That is a different thing. To be very clear, some of that may be justified depending on the circumstances of, say, a dead company which can never make anything again. That would technically, in the eyes of the public at least, even if not the law, be considered justified. You would not call that justified if someone broke into Rockstar right now and published GTA 6 for free. They would be certain to oblivion. They would be in like the pit. GTA 6 would then just be Rockstar handing out tomatoes to throw at the guy in the pit. So it is different. Piracy is a necessary evil for much of the world and much of the, well, preservation of all media, because many companies do not preserve media properly. But it is secondary and a reaction to companies not preserving stuff properly in the first place. And to be clear, piracy is a workaround of an issue that has been plaguing, old films. It's been plaguing games, it's been plaguing books.
Of old silent films that are likely lost forever cause they all burned in a fire due to how films were preserved back then.
Yeah, physical copies even are subject to acts of God, people breaking things on accident, and just plain old time. If there's no way to access the media, then you can't pirate it in the first place. Piracy, it's a service problem for a consumer, but from a preservation standpoint, it is a reaction against there being no preservation in the first place. It was far more incomprehensible than usual. I'm probably tired and I can't understand anything the TTS says. Maybe it did get worse recently. I'm using the Streamlabs, like, default. Not even generative AI TTS, it's just the basic TTS. Thank you, Soulpult, for the $5 redo, by the way. It's really unfortunate how a lot of films got lost, yeah. I think Nosferatu even, many of them were destroyed because of the claims that it was a ripoff of Dracula, I think. Remember PSPs die because the batteries are cold? Yep, being able to change batteries are incredibly important. Have no clue about IT stuff. Is preserving games won't just copy paste the code to a duplicate file? Well, preservation in this instance would be, having the source code adequately backed up, as well as the ability to rebuild that source code as in instructions and documentation. Because the code itself is thinking like the recipe, and the meal is the finished product. You can't turn the meal into the recipe very easily. A lot of people can, with enough time and testing and trial and error, but not everybody, and not a guarantee. Is taking a photo of the Mona Lisa preserving the painting? In terms of other people's enjoyment, it depends how good of a photo it is. In terms of the original, no, the original would still need to be preserved physically. The photo would be one example of that, and you would need enough different photos of an important work of art to be able to cross-reference it in case someone does something fucky, like say, I'm gonna buy this famous painting, take a photo of it, burn it, and then only I have whatever it looks like in memory. The original could then be considered lost, and that person would be free to edit the photo of how it looked. They'd be free to change history. Yeah, you can't 1-to-1 preserve the texture of a painting? True, because the lighting also very much affects how a painting looks in person. Gallico was one where main devs had to look at chips to figure out some of that shit. Oh yeah, early arcade machines where they had bespoke chips, they often did have to dump all the memory for them and reverse engineer a whole bunch of the games. Yeah, piracy exists because of a service problem of games not existing for consumers at a reasonable price or service, and for preservation because it's a last-ditch effort to at least have some digital copies of something that aren't tied to a server somewhere that can be shut offline. Because remember, the crew. Piracy doesn't matter for this one because they shut the servers down. So it's not just piracy that makes it playable, as you have to now reverse engineer a format you don't have access to be able to play it again. Doesn't matter how much you pirate the game itself, you would still need to set up server infrastructure that was never released in order to actually play it again. So in terms of preservation, that's something that piracy cannot actually replace. It needs the original company to do so. A lot of good MMOs die like that? Yeah. Apple II copy protection also gets crazy funky. The print shop and anything by Sunburst are infamous. I don't know about that. Ooh, I don't think I've heard about Apple II stuff. Apple II copy protection. Also, I should definitely have some more water. Hold on. BMOW, Big Mess Alliance, Apple II copy protection, okay. Need the flightest wheel, circular buffer. If you run the copy, you reach some kind of robot complaining you stole the game. Oh. There's no physical track structure on the disc media, it's just one continuous piece of magnetic metal. 4 times higher resolution than distance stream the tracks. It takes 4 steps ahead to move from one down track to the next. You can't store any data at track 1.5 that interfere with data on track 1 and 2. But they sacrifice disk capacity to store hidden data on the intermediate non-integer numbered tracks. Oh, that's weird as fuck. Okay, that's really cool. There's data on tracks 1, 2, 3, 4.5, and 6. A standard copy program would see no data on tracks 4 and 5, and so it overlooks 4.5 entirely. That's really cool. Huh. Neat. I didn't know about that. Thank you. I'll share the link in chat. This is from a nice little blog post. Big Mess of Wires. That's very cool. Anyway, I've been rambling about a whole bunch of stuff today. Have I talked about, let's see, Let's see, democracy sausage. I didn't even show you my puns today. I didn't even get to show you my puns. So remember that little cabinet I got for my makeup cabinet? That was really pretty, it had the curly maple? Well, one of the veneers has bubbled up slightly, and I went looking online because I could just glue it down. But everyone recommends for older furniture to use hide glue, which is made from fucking pigs, cows, horses, etc., and the ligaments in them. And apparently it's reversible, it doesn't expand or get watery like other stuff does. Yeah, it's like restoration glue. They always recommend you use this for instruments and old furniture. My glue made of horses. Uma glucime. That's the most artistic thing I've ever heard. Thank you. So yeah, when I get time to, I will try and fix it. Oh. Yeah, the glue will fail before the lid does. I've also heard that water can actually dissolve the glue. Is that glue vegan? No. This would definitely not be vegan. But vegan glue is probably way worse for the environment, and also would damage older stuff and make it less repairable as easily. At least that's what I've been told. Oh wait, on the Apple II stuff, the print shop in particular has funky copy protection, lets make a non-functional backup copy that can be made functional only by inserting a corrupted disk, thus ensuring you have one working copy. That is fucking nuts. Okay, remind me about that. Yeah, that's part of why moisture is so dangerous for instruments. I never thought about, because I was always wondering why they would say any sweat or water has to be washed off immediately, but yeah, if violins are constructed using high glue that dissolves in water, that makes a lot of sense. Because I always thought they had some special glue that held together perfectly. Democracy sausage and high glue, what a week. It's been a week. I've also been doing all the technology stuff and troubleshooting, but I've been busy with projects and updating things. I've thankfully gotten the accountant to fix my name being wrong in the accounting software, which is still very funny. It's high glue, why can we see it? Very true. What else is there? Oh yeah. Windows doesn't even shut down anymore, it just looks at you like this. What, you mean your legal name is Mako? No, they misspelt that. It wasn't they used PA or my name, they misspelt the name. In a very silly way. Whenever I have a stupid fucking shitpost idea, I tend to write it down in my journal and go, damn, that'd be good. I'm still holding on to that Logitech. Just no! What the fucking crock button? Still holding on to that. Windows is waiting for this app to shut down. T. The I consent, I don't mean. I'll get to that at some point. Oh yeah, right. Vivi and I had a little bit of a movie night last night. We got up on Freon, and then decided to watch Zootopia 2. The movie fucking sucks, and I understand there are people here who like it. I personally do not. Zootopia 2 was really bad. The characters... They changed the characters a lot from the first movie in terms of making them as dumb as possible, and the Fox guy loses all of his street smarts. He's incapable of being charismatic, and they just essentially throw him out the window anytime plot needs to happen, so he can just do nothing. At one point, he goes to, instead of escape from the two gigantic police officers that are muscly, the tiny wiry fox who is supposed to be a criminal and street smart, he instead tries to fist fight them and instantly gets knocked out. And that's actually the end of the scene. Does not make sense considering he's meant to be a crafty fox. And also he doesn't fist fight in the... And on top of that, they introduce a character which, again, the joke is kind of funny. There's this beaver character, and they made her a butch dyke. The beaver is a dyke. I say that, by the way, not as an insult, as in literally wearing overalls and flannel, has the kind of Mako haircut. But then all the jokes as well feel like they're too adult for kids to understand the references, but then they're also too dumb for an adult to go, oh, okay, that's funny, I guess. None of them I really liked. Like, they make references to The Shining and they're very lazy. It's a hedge maze. Look, it's like The Shining. And then they move past that scene like 10 fucking seconds. Everything is so breakneck paced while having just colors on the screen everywhere without even being entertaining. The jokes they make feel like they're meant to have a laugh track behind them, because they'll just say a normal sentence and pause for effect. Lots of things like just that happened. And the central conflict of Judy Hopps is a fucking piece of shit cop and a bad friend and a bad person in general because she nearly gets them killed without listening to anyone else. Nearly gets the other guy killed, and she goes, well, you're sorry. She asked the person she nearly got killed to apologize. Because she cannot possibly conceive that she would be in the wrong. She is an awful, awful fucking character. And it's essentially this moment. Are you fucking sorry? Except there's not even any reflection that she intended to do it. She just says, well, aren't you sorry? And you, just as you think the character is gonna address what she says, there's a little bit of pushback from the fox, then it immediately goes into, now we need to climb up this way. Because she finds a matchbook. She finds this like fucking matchbook in Zootopia. I'll get it up on screen again. From the snake that they're chasing, because in this movie, there hasn't been a snake in Zootopia in 100 years. And you think, wow, what must have happened for that? One snake apparently bit someone else, and so they never allowed a single other type of snake ever. And apparently they wrote that into a book that can only be read by snakes that will cure their reputation for being harmed by the evil lynxes. Except, as they grab the fucking bag of the snake as they were chasing through the thing, nearly gets them all killed. She looks at the back of these matches and goes, oh, what is this? There's this flower on it. Then suddenly, Deus Ex Machina happens, there's fucking mountain ghosts that come over eating the flowers, and so they go, oh, that's the flower! Whoa! Do you know where from? And they say, yeah, it's up there. And so she goes, wow, okay. They must be there. And they say, that's where the evil snakes always have been, that everyone knows about. There were the evil snakes up there at this location of the lodge. And at that point then, she turns over the matchbox and there's the name of the lodge on the matchbox anyway. So it was a completely pointless conversation, Deus Ex Machina that defeats itself. It was fucking stupid. It was fucking stupid. And they even make a threesome and a foursome joke. A a threesome to something and a 4-way to bust your doorway as the beaver rams her head through a door hole. Like, it was so blatant and not even like, in other kids' movies, right? There was always the wink wink nudge stuff for the parents to kind of chuckle that the kids wouldn't get, but that they were always constructed in a smart way where there was some subtlety to it. And the jokes were either really fucking dumb or really over the top, so it was never quite funny. And just at multiple points, it's just idiots being stupid. The entire movie to fuck things up. And like they keep getting Shakira back. And this time, they could only pay Shakira to make one song. So they play the same song at the start for her big performance that she's there for, and then also at the end. They don't even have a separate, they just use the same one. Also, I take a exception to the whole, oh, they're running from the police at a thing called, essentially a parody of Burning Man, where they have the Burning Man and a bunch of the animals wearing the Burning Man gear, and Shakira's in a tent. So Judy Hopps and the Fox, they run into the tent and bump into her and like, don't worry, we have this. And immediately, after like 5 seconds of seeing them, no words have been exchanged, but Shakira, the gazelle, omnipotently knows that they must be getting chased by the cops, and the exact same cops that she was already angry at and has a line prepared for to be there as they enter the tent for the very first time visible to them. Like, every character acts as if they're in a fan fiction, where there is no concept of what the characters have seen or how they interact properly. It's just they vomit words at each other to move stuff forwards and wink wink nudge at every fucking opportunity. It's so dumb. Yeah, this would have been like a straight to fucking DVD movie. They should hire real writers? Yeah, funny, Vivi looked up the name of the writer once we finished the movie. And the writer has worked on Zootopia 2, Zootopia, and Moana 2. Not Moana 1. Moana 2. And Raya and the Lost Dragon. So, yeah. Question mark, question mark? How many people have you heard say a single thing about Moana 2? How many people have ever even talked about Moana 2? Is Moana 2? You're... Five out of 5 on Amazon apparently, but 60% Rotten Tomatoes. Came out 2 years ago. It was bad. So yeah, I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, but the especially crazy thing was seeing so many people online say, Zootopia 2 is a triumph of filmmaking. It's such an incredible kids movie. And then you know what he compared it to? Robots. Well, Robin Williams, you know that one. All the character designs were fun. Everything is legible. You can see what's happening. And there's some slapstick comedy. There's a comedy that's wink wink for adults. But overall, it has a sensible theme of, hey, corporations will try and sell you an ideal about how you should look and how you should change your body to fit that. But really, you and your imperfections are okay. It also shows how even your heroes may not necessarily be heroes. Robots was considered kind of a decent movie. That would be a 10 out of 10 if it released today. Zootopia 2 has a message of, we be against prejudice, but they do the David Cage thing of, no, it's not a racial allegory. It's not an allegory for racism. It's not. Please, we promise. They get to try and have their cake and eat it too. You can't say on the one hand, oh, this entire group of people is demonized and not allowed in the city and they have to go to their own city away from all of us because they commit crimes too much and are violent people. And then have the thing of, oh no, actually they're just as normal as the rest of us, and really it's just discrimination based on what they look like and their culture. And suddenly like, no, this is, it's a general statement, it's not remotely, who could even, how could you get that message out of our movie? It's the David fucking Cage thing. Where they say, no, my robot movie game about robots getting racism on the back of the bus and wanting freedom and liberation. No, that's not a racial allegory. It obviously fucking is. Just own it. Anyone with half a fucking brain cell does. And then there's just people in fucking Reddit forums who are Disney adults and say, no, actually it's speciesist. I don't even know. You're trying to insert politics into everything. It's not fucking, it's the basic fucking plot of the movie. Why are you pulling the world's history into the context of this cute animal movie? Lamau. Exactly. Movies that are animation, they never intend for any themes beyond it. The Lion King, that was just a funny movie about animals. Nothing with that one. Isn't that the basic plot of Zootopia? Yes! And there's the fucking... Every movie is distilled down into a safe shareholder fucking... No, we can't criticize the cops or corporations. It's always... There's the good ones that fix everything. And... some kind of weak message about, yeah, don't be mean to people, maybe. As in, Aussie fuck snakes though? Snakes are so chill, come on. Snakes are literally just, don't go near them, leave them alone. And they won't bother you. Carpet pythons are also really friendly. Snakes are very chill. Like if you are in the mountains somewhere and you run into a snake, in Australia at least, they don't chase you unless you have some certain breeds of snake that are international. You just stand still. That's it. It's scary because you couldn't get hurt, but you just stand there. I've been in a river and snakes just swim past my legs. You are scared shitless thinking you're gonna die because I think in that one I can't remember exactly which one it was, but it was poisonous. Venomous? Venomous. It's just chill. You stay still, it'll just leave. Baby snakes are worse though? Yeah, but like if you run into a kid, they're gonna like call you fat and throw a silly string at you. The same thing applies to a baby snake. Like if you run into a mean child, you're gonna, what, hate all people? That kid called me mean words and hurt my feelings. Like, yeah, it's a kid. A kid of any species is gonna be fucking dumb. So the baby snake can kill you? Oh yeah? Kevin McAllister from Home Alone. Huh? Baby human can kill you too. Most snakes will run away if you cause vibrations in the ground. Okay, but not too close, because if you stomp next to a snake, they're gonna bite you. You're meant to stay still, because usually they see movement and heat. Country has no venomous bugs or animals. Life is good. Ah, well, good for you. Seems pleasant. Well, Kevin somehow didn't kill people. Joe Pesci and that one other guy turned into a fucking skeleton. What do you mean he didn't kill people? The only reason why he didn't kill people is you have to assume that Home Alone was a dream. He's throwing bricks at people and electrocuted them. That scene's gone? Wait, that scene's gone? Home Alone skeleton scene removed? What the fuck? Okay, that's fucked up. Like, I can say Kevin McAllister absolutely killed people in Home Alone. But it doesn't mean they should cut the scene out. That's fucked up. That's just what we were talking about with them changing history for this one. That's fucked. Again, that can be censorship for that specific one. I don't believe it's completely gone from streaming. Anyway, what are we doing? Kajko stuffs? Sadly, I've been too busy. I haven't gotten to do sewing. I really want to, but I've unfortunately been too busy. Some Disney sequels? Oh yeah, so Zootopia 2 fucking sucks. Zootopia 2 sucks. Watch Robots instead. It's especially funny because this was like a 6 out of 10 kids movie in 2005. This was considered a just barely above average. And now, relatively, it is very, very good. Which is insane. That I'm in. I would say Zootopia 2 is bad. If you want a better Zootopia, try Goat. I'll look for Goat. You saw sewing on one of the top 10 attractive hobbies for women in 2026 wisely picked. See, that's the difference between you and me, rank 1 e-data chatter. I know it's rage bait, but I'm still gonna bite it because I like the taste of the hook. I want to do sewing because I want to do sewing. You choose your hobbies and beliefs based on what other people approve of around you. I'm an anime girl on the internet. There is no respect for me in the world. I do this because I want to and because I like doing it. I'm not choosing it to be attractive. I have respect for you? Girl, not woman? What did I say? Sewing is good. Okay, the shower is backed up. And no one's clarifying that. Again, I'm apologizing. I'm very, very tired. Did I say girl instead of women? For hobbies, or what was the context of chat saying girl? Where? You have a lot of regrets to taking ballet, sure as hell as none of them. Hell yeah! Guys doing ballet is cool. So you're an anime girl. Okay, that's just because that's how everyone referred to it. Yeah, okay, anime girl, yeah, okay. Colloquially, that's coming from me being tired. Yes, I would traditionally say anime woman. Yes. Anime girl is because that's what everyone referred to them to. That's stuck in my brain. You'd say, anime girls. And yes, nowadays I would say, especially for me, I would probably say woman rather than girl because, I mean, let's be real. I do not have youthful bones. Thank you for clarifying, chat. And Gulthus, thank you for the prime sub. Clicker training? Clicker training for what? Like you go into an old folks home and come? How is me cracking bones clicker training? Making a point with a chiropractor? Barely contain yourself in the fucking farm? The cracking is just impressively loud. Thank you. It's probably not good. Anyway, make sure you stand up and stretch. It is currently an ad break. It is a wonderful time to stand up and stretch. Because sitting down all the time is quite bad for you. Getting up and moving your limbs is a very good thing to do. Also, quite freaky on the Kindle with the e-ink displays. You're in a car? Stop fucking typing! What do you mean you're in a car and can't stretch? I hope you mean the passenger seat. That you better not be chatting and driving. Passenger seat. Okay, then wiggle your toes. Sitting down for long periods of time, you can still like raise your knees up and around. Get some circulation going. Has Disney ever made a good sequel? I'm trying to think. My initial instinct is no. I guess people say Frozen 2 was good. I remember people saying Frozen 2 was good. Is Toy Story Disney? Toy Story was Pixar. It later got merged into Disney Pixar, but Toy Story was originally Pixar, which is a separate company. As well as Toy Story 2 was still Pixar. Alright, welcome back in from the ad break. I hope you all had a wonderful stand up and stretch. I am very, very tired and delirious. I hope you're all having a good day. Disney bought Pixar and shitified them. That about makes up sense. That's another rabbit hole to go down, but I do recommend looking up the story with Steve Jobs leaving Apple and going on to run Pixar. I don't believe he founded Pixar because it was originally belonged to the animators, but he did run it and helped it get more successful. And a lot of people don't know about Steve Jobs running Pixar. In that brief period between when he was ousted from Apple, started NEXT, the other computer company that failed but had cool ideas, he ran Pixar and then I believe sold it. So he was a bit of a dick. A bit of a dick is an understatement. He refused to acknowledge his daughter was his for a horrifically long time, even while naming the Apple Lisa after the daughter that he refused to acknowledge was his own. He was a gigantic piece of shit. Incredible, incredible visionary, designer, coordinator, whatever you want to call it. Important to a lot of computing and, well, a lot of design around that time. But also gigantic cunt. Yeah, so much of a cunt that he believed that, in the way that many Silicon Valley people tend to do, that because he is an expert in his field and has almost religious fervor around him, that he must have knowledge greater than that of the average person, including doctors, who told him that it was very lucky that his pancreatic cancer was one of the most curable kinds that would be easily cured, and instead he wanted to do it himself because of his ego. And so drank fruit juice until it became clear that he was actually going to die. Then I believe, I don't know if it's allegedly, so I'm going to say allegedly, pulled his weight as a big CEO and rich fella to put himself on multiple states' organ donor list to get preference. Got the organ transplant, and then still died anyway because he waited way too long to stop drinking fruit juice and actually go to a doctor. Yeah, so Steve Jobs died because of his ego. It was incredible that at the time where a lot of cancer treatment was very, 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 very simple, that his cancer would have been 100% treatable. He died because of his ego and wanted to prove that he could know more than the doctors would have. Are you suggesting he tried to game the system for receiving organ donation? I'm saying allegedly, according to Behind the Bastards and multiple biographies about Steve Jobs, allegedly, yes. People say he's genius. He can be a genius. He can be a genius while also being stupid outside the field. That's the key part here, is that Steve Jobs thought he was a genius, and he is, but that doesn't make him anywhere remotely a genius at being a doctor. He is a genius at what he does, not things he doesn't do. A little bit of knowledge in one field does not mean you have knowledge over every field. That's why it's always important to self-reflect and say, maybe I know jack shit about this topic and should ask for corrections and for people to tell me I'm wrong. I understand that. As a streamer, I am inclined to, well, be entertaining. So, you know, if I say something wrong, please do correct me. And I try to at least give somewhat of a balanced opinion on things and also acknowledge where I'm wrong. Because I very much don't want to fall into that trap. I don't want to be a massive narcissist. By the way, one of the funny things that a therapist will tell you is if you say, I'm worried about if I'm a narcissist, is they'll say, okay, say one good thing about yourself. And then you sit there if you have anxiety or bad self-image issues and you go, oh. Huh. Maybe I'm not. It was still part of Lucasfilm. The Adventures of Andre and Wally B came out. I don't remember that one. Van Gogh is a genius in his field. Wouldn't trust his opinion on audio engineering. Exactly. That's one of the beautiful things of specializations. People can be incredibly great at something they do, where if they had to learn everything, they wouldn't be anywhere near that good in that specific part of their field. However, it's that part of the field. If you sit there farming beans, you know how beans work. You don't know how fucking rice works. Even though that's very close to your current field. I think it was a genius, had some luck with some decisions, but she had enough which completely failed. For example, to cancel one. Again, Steve Jobs would be a genius in terms of how he was able to coordinate people and how he was able to steer a company and a lot of the ideas he had. It doesn't mean that all ideas people are geniuses. It also doesn't mean he's good at engineering. I acknowledge that Steve Jobs was a piece of shit that stole a fuck ton. In fact, watch Pirates of Silicon Valley. I show this movie a lot because it's very fun. It is dated because of everything that's happened after it. That they, of course, couldn't predict. But it, as a direct-to-TV movie, very, very fantastic. It goes into how Microsoft was completely bullshitting everything. It goes into how Apple literally stole everything about the Macintosh design interface and system. It is a fantastic movie, and the acting is great. Steve Ballmer in particular has a very good character. From Xerox. Yep. Xerox is one where the executives did not see the value in a mouse and laughed at the research division of the company which suggested a mouse. And so they didn't give a fuck when Apple came over to say, yes, let's take a look at your technology. And naturally, stole everything. The secret to coordinating people is being kind of a dick. I don't know about that. I think Steve Jobs goes beyond kind of being a dick and is more of a cult-like figure. Say what you will about cults being generally evil and horrifically manipulative to people, but they're pretty good at coordinating people to do stuff. Cuff Scientologists infiltrated the FBI, and that's an actual thing that happened, and deleted evidence about themselves in active investigations. I don't want to be killed, so that's all I will say. You can't prove that. Yes, you can. It's documented. It did happen. Look it up. You keep hearing you switch to Vim and console whenever and ditch the mouse. That's for very specific things. Like, watching a video isn't going to be fun in a console. But if you're navigating a file system and reading big lists of files, maybe it can be better. If you're programming and interacting with terminal commands, a lot better. I think the best thing you give Steve Jobs, and I did want to actually deliver a functioning product. Yeah. Especially funny considering today, where we didn't get into this yet. There's actually so much we can talk about that's incredibly funny, and has been a bit of a culmination of multiple me being grumbly on stream topics. So, these two announcements were around the same time. Sure, the timing is accidental, but they speak volumes about the current state of each company only hours apart. I will take a sip of water. Tim Cook from Apple. Mac just had its best launch week ever for first-time Mac customers. We love seeing the enthusiasm, as the MacBook Neo is the cheapest Mac ever and also more repairable than ever. You can actually replace the battery in these things. There are multiple devices that are, inside this thing that previously would have been locked, where they have started making them more repairable. There are still things studded, but it is a step in a direction where people never expected anything from like this from Apple. Fucking insane. 8 GB of RAM? I do agree it's a small amount of RAM, but the ARM MacBooks are kind of insane in how well optimized they are for small RAM amounts. Windows 8 GB of RAM experience is fucking awful, whereas on a Mac, it's actually useful. There's a nice video that shows scrolling through
Number 1, I'm going to open up the applications folder, select all, and open them just to see what happens. So this is what it looks like when I've got every single app
This is on 8 gigabytes of RAM.
running on the Mac Neo. I wouldn't actually use it like this. I have a feeling it'll really slow down. But just to show that like the overall operations, like as I command tab through these, everything's really fine. Let's open the Photos app. Just take a look at what it's like to flip through photos. Pretty darn quick. And actually, I'm gonna skip ahead.
Multi-tab? I literally did that just today. I had just like 7 tabs open. 1 Twitch tab, and then the YouTube video stopped playing properly. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM, a Ryzen 5900X, and now an RTX 3060 because unfortunately my 4070 Ti appears to have died. Now it's been like, what, 5 or 6 streams that we've had that haven't crashed with a different GPU?
Because I didn't think this was going to work as well. So let's jump straight into Final Cut Pro while everything else is still running. Didn't think that would happen. Look, I edited this.
Problems even cheap, Macs is so expensive. That's the crazy part about the fucking Mac Neo, right? Even if you hate Apple, it is undeniable how fucking cheap it is. It is so cheap. A MacBook Neo is $599 US. Comparatively, anything else in that price range is nowhere near as strong. Especially with the current fucking hardware crisis. Blech. No one's buying NVIDIA GPU with that. A fucking graphics card is not a laptop. People that want a laptop do not want to buy a desktop. Also, people buying a desktop are currently whipping themselves and self-flagellating all the time. Because the price of RAM is now a car. Unfortunately, we are out of the conversation. When RAM stops being $1,000 then we can say a desktop makes sense.
Simple 4K project in the timeline.
A 4K project on a Windows PC also fucking sucks to deal with. I hate dealing with 4K on Windows because no matter what, it always slows down. Everything on Windows is like, they want you to not have windows. They want you to have one window. That's it. It shouldn't be this way.
Let's play it. And it is playing back with absolutely no issues. And it is showing the histograms, vector scope. I thought it was going to do this well on its own, but like did I just spoil the video for myself? Like this is actually, editing 4K video on this computer is totally fine, even with every other app running. Just for test number.
Insane. Also, thank you very much to Tristan Gray for 5 gift subs. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Takes around 700 USD equivalent. Issue you have is looks like it can handle 0 physical trauma. That's fair. I haven't really considered strength of my laptops for physical trauma, but if you need something that has to survive that, then yeah, you probably need something different. Do you hear the super micro founder caught smuggling $2.5 billion in NVIDIA GPUs in China? I did hear about that. That is also insane. But yeah, that point before of, this is Apple today with the cheapest MacBook ever, with the most repairable MacBook ever, in something that is as rare form for Apple, and then Windows today. Our commitment to Windows quality. Hello, Windows Insiders. I want to speak to you directly as an engineer who spent this whole career building technology, and they talk about removing Copilot from the fucking snipping tool. Why is it in the snipping? I didn't even know it was in the snipping tool in Windows 11. Why is Copilot AI in the fucking screenshot? What possible reason do you have Copilot in the snipping tool? And right after this announcement, I saw someone being asked to sign into the fucking sticky notes that on Windows 7, you just placed a sticky note on your desktop like a fucking sticky note. And now sticky notes is updating on Windows 11 and asked you to sign in to just back up your sticky notes. It's the perfect example of exactly how fucking wrong Microsoft has been while still telling every consumer, every professional, everyone that could possibly use their products that no, it's you all who are wrong. We know what's best. And now, after realizing Linux is starting to be built up, the gaming market is genuinely considering, with Valve at least before all the RAM crisis stuff, to try and switch to Linux as much as possible. The Steam Deck is an actual good piece of hardware. Fucking MacBooks. Fucking MacBooks are cheaper than the equivalent Windows laptop and are somewhat repairable now. Microsoft has reached the point where they have fucked up so bad for so long that they are forced into another, we're sorry, we'll do something like Windows 7 again for a little bit, we promise. And good. I hope that Microsoft unfucks a bunch of the things they have repeatedly fucked up. Funny, you're using Steam Deck as your desktop PC right now because your main PC kind of broke? Yeah. What a wonderful time we live in. Yeah, what a timeline. Yeah, there's the Windows Central article about we are evolving how Windows is built behind the scenes to raise the quality bar. Let's put focus to make it more responsive and consistent. Like the File Explorer, because they still have the File Explorer be completely incapable of looking at files in a quick manner. Something that you could do very easily before Windows 11 and 10. Is this a pro Linux stream? This is a realist stream. I think Linux is very important for the entire world in terms of all server infrastructure, as well as something open that isn't tied to the shit corporation. But also, Linux is a fucking pain in the ass to do actual work on that isn't programming related. Linux does fucking suck for playing games outside of the ones that do specifically work for it. You like Windows, you don't like Linux either, you like Apple's ecosystem? Congratulations, you're running Unix under the hood. Apple's Macs all have a shell. And a lot of it is very backwards compatible with a lot of the things you'd expect in Linux. Actually, for the sake of correctness, before I have someone in a mobility scooter try to kill me for asserting that Mac has... It is Mac Unix specifically. macOS is built on Darwin, a BSD-based open source system, and certified for Unix. Why doesn't Linux sue? Why doesn't Linux sue? Linux is a free and open source operating system. That means that they exist as a open standard that isn't owned by any one person specifically, except for the current maintainers of it, if there are any corporations there that help enforce changes and direct them. If someone doesn't like that, they can make their own version of something using the source code. A lot of software, chat, by the way, I know that they have rage baited a lot, but I'm assuming they just don't know. I'm going to assume good faith, because the alternative is annoying. And free software is meant to be free as in freedom, and free as in freebie. Something that it can be changed and forked and altered by people to fit their own needs, because you have all the access to the source code, and also you don't pay for it with money. It's a rare, insane collaborative effort in society that I think a lot of other industries could benefit from, but also unfortunately gets abused over time, and it'd be nice if it was better protected. One's free as another one's going to monetize, they say. I have an excellent example for that. That directly relates to the stream. Here is OBS Studio. Alright? You're looking at it? This is the project, all the source code for OBS Studio. That is the broadcast application, the open broadcast studio. That runs a whole bunch of live streams. Pretty much everyone uses this, like a good, I would say probably 90% or so. Pulling a statistic, I only asked, my apologies, but I have met very few people who use something else in the current day. Then there is Streamlabs. Streamlabs is OBS. They use OBS's source code and slap their own logo on it and have like a couple of their website browser sources as widgets. The UI in it is like a paint, but not really functionally different. And also, it doesn't have proper plugin support as much. And at one point, they did get in trouble that they tried to steal the name of OBS by taking the project and trying to push themselves up to the top for every result for OBS, which is why they've had to now rename it Streamlabs instead of Streamlabs OBS, because you'd have people go to the OBS forums where people that made this had to answer questions from people saying, "Why'd you break my computer?" as they watched as they're using a completely different application that took their code and pretended that they made it and directed everyone to the people that made it for free rather than them for support. OBS and Slubs are both really fancy wrappers for FFmpeg. For a lot of other applications, that would be true, but the streaming component is just one part of OBS. The scene compositing and audio mixing and interfacing with various other hardware devices is the important part of the broadcast studio, separate to, well, just the simple FFmpeg to encode the video on screen. FFmpeg is the I actually don't know what FFmpeg stands for right now. FFmpeg. Free. What does FFmpeg actually stand for? But anyway, FFmpeg is one of the major libraries that provides a nice interface between hardware for video, audio encoding and decoding. And pretty much every single project that deals with video uses this. Are there even any alternatives to FFmpeg? I think basically everyone uses this. Right? Like, I think, like, literally every service that deals with videos will use FFmpeg. Because MPEG being the format of videos, like MP4 is MPEG version 4. The FF is probably something else. The name is Fast Forward MPEG. Oh, okay. Nothing is really as good as FFmpeg. There might be corporate niche codec tools, but you lose out on a lot. Fair enough. Linux Mint of how does new user-friendly have been considered it? I've been told Linux Mint is pretty usable as well. I'm gonna be honest because I opened up the virtual private server I had on stream at one point, and I was looking at XFCE for my home environment, and someone said, "Wow, you're so old." I use for Linux what I know works and is simple. Benny404, thank you very much for 6 months in advance.
Thank you very much. Chad, it's very funny. I started the stream expecting that I'm just gonna sit there and go the whole time. Like, yes, the previous stream. I think I am in like the small peak, like the Bulma peak of sleep deprivation. I am more active and eloquent than when I have less sleep or slightly more sleep. You haven't done that? No, I've slept, just not very well. I was working until 4 a.m. and then read until 5 and woke up at 11 to go vote and then did more work in the afternoon. And now I'm streaming because I worked until stream time and had to take an hour to watch Freerun with my roommates and try and calm down. You only feel more eloquent because you're sleep deprived. I would say that is probably true. And I'm probably forced to slow down and actually consider what I'm saying. Probably. By the way, I do have the Afroman songs still stuck in my head. I showed them to Vivian Rumi and it's very funny. And so occasionally we just say, Randy Walters is a son of a bitch. Doo-doo. That's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich. Fix my dough. Stop stealing my dough. They disconnected my cameras. I feel like us watches are things you're talking about. Yeah, probably. That's a tangent experience. I'm gonna talk about a bunch of things I have a passing interest in. Lemon pound cake? Yeah, that's another good Afroman one. Now what else is there? I was talking about the Microsoft having colossally fucked up a whole bunch of things. And somehow Mac now being in the more consumer-friendly sphere in terms of hardware and repairability and just actual usability. And price. Being cheaper than the Windows equivalent computer. That's still fucking weird. Like, I like Apple's products. I use iPhone, and I also think that for laptops, MacBooks are way better built on average, and generally are not subject to the same amount of bullshit that Windows installations go through. But the idea of them being cheaper, faster, and more repairable is kind of insane. Yeah, again, remains to be seen about how, if there's actually anything that Microsoft will do. Also, I can't see, someone mentioned before that I apparently showed up, like, me as a VTuber showed up in election coverage. If so, I would like to apologize to my fellow countrymen. I'm fucking sorry. I haven't seen any evidence of it, but someone did say that. They apparently showed the VTuber model, or the tweet or something about just me with my democracy sausage. I don't know. They didn't get back to me. But like, what? So we will see if there's anything to that. And by the way, remember, if you would like to behave,
You can always join the lovely Discord. Or follow me on Twitter and subscribe on YouTube. I shit post on a semi-regular basis. And if you are enjoying the stream, thank you very much. Hello, Mako, why are we gonna FFmpeg? Big long tangent about open software and how important huge parts of open software are that got us FFmpeg. That was coming from the Windows versus Mac stuff, and the MacBook Neo being a surprisingly good piece of hardware that's very cheap and repairable, which is insane for Apple of all companies to be cheaper. And that came from Steve Jobs running NEXT and Pixar, which came from our discussion about, just unwinding this for a second, came from our discussion of kids' movies being dumbed down and broadly bland and unappealing so as to be just kind of colorful shit like Zootopia 2 was, and how a 6 out of 10 kids movie from 2000s is somehow a 10 out of 10 today compared to that, like Robots with Robin Williams. And before that was all of the ranked choice preferential voting stuff, as well as a bunch more. All right. When it was mentioned about Steve Jobs being a genius and dying from fruit juice, that's right, I had a little bit to insert on Steve Jobs' opinions on Microsoft and why they can't be creative.
The only problem with Microsoft is they just have no taste. They have absolutely no taste, and what that means is, I don't mean that in a small way, I mean that in a big way, in the sense that they don't think of original ideas, and they don't bring much culture into their product. And you say, well, why is that important? Well, you know, proportionally spaced fonts come from typesetting and beautiful books. That's where one gets the idea. If it weren't for the Mac, they would never have that in their products. And so I guess I am saddened, not by Microsoft's success. I have no problem with their success. They've earned their success, for the most part. I have a problem with the fact that they just make really third-rate products.
Yeah, that's kind of it. Microsoft embrace, extend, extinguish. You can look that up. That was their official company policy that caused them to be investigated by the US government and apparently lost. I was under the impression they won last time we brought this up, but no, they apparently did lose. There is that famous deposition with Bill Gates at the stand that I have pulled up on stream a couple times before and thought is incredibly funny. I will not subject you to the full deposition of Bill Gates again, but I will get the clip of him and his pose that I continue to find fucking hilarious. It is already at the timestamp. I clicked the video in the search results. It was already at the timestamp from when I had last watched this.
Who was at this executive staff meeting?
Probably members of the executive staff.
Bill Gates went into the deposition against the US government and just was an asshole and fucked with them the entire time. Smart guy, but yes, fucking with them didn't turn out well.
Increasing IE share on Mac will help increase the number of Windows that you license?
Yeah, I went through the chain of logic that explains that to you. I don't know if you misunderstood some part of it.
Well, all I'm trying to do is get your answers on the record, because if I begin to tell you what I think about your answers, we'll be here all day.
Isn't the goal to provide as little info as possible? And deposition and talking to cops and any government employees, probably, yes, it is pertinent to talk to a lawyer and reveal as little information as possible. Probably. But he does this in a way where it is not just keeping information close to your chest, it is being an asshole while doing that, which the people investigating you aren't going to look happily on. Like, they will understand if you try to, you know, not purge yourself. But if you're especially rude about it, then they will not be as kind. And fair, some of the questions are really dumb. Anyway, I will not get into the huge tangent about all that stuff, as I have subjected Chan to that a few times before. Seems like he's mulling out these days, he's pro-charity and stuff. Bill Gates. These days. Yeah, we're not getting into that. So, what else did I think was kind of interesting? What was that? That was me clapping my hands together. Generally don't know any lore masters. Look up Bill Gates Island. There you go. Do you keep up with Digital Circus? No, I don't. Is that the clown? Is that like the cute clown one? Did they like release a new movie or something? Yeah? Oh yeah, good for them. It's like a Digital Circus. Pomni, I think? I don't know much about it. Oh, it's on Netflix. If I get around to it at some point, maybe I'll watch it. Vivi's gonna watch on Gravity Falls right now, and I do actually really enjoy Gravity Falls. No spoilers, please. But I'm really enjoying Gravity Falls. The stories have been fun. The gags are cute. I'm really liking Gravity Falls as far as cartoons go. But otherwise, oh, other movie. Watched Hardboiled as well, because Vivi wanted to watch a cop movie that wasn't as shit. That wasn't as shit as the fucking Zootopia 2. So I watched John Woo's Hardboiled last night. Fucking incredible. Great movie. I think Vivi's probably first Hong Kong action movie and my second John Woo one. Because there was A Better Tomorrow. I thought that one was okay. I think it had some good bones to it. But Hardboiled is everything that people say Hong Kong action movies are. It is the insane, beautiful choreography. It is incredible lighting, incredible set design that looks like probably inspired a huge wave of games in general. I'm gonna be honest, Hardboiled feels like the template for almost all games in the 90s and 2000s. The level design, the fucking secrets hidden everywhere, the undercover lab looks like a Resident Evil location. You got a trailer? I probably can't show too much, but Hardboiled John Woo, they recently re-released it after it got stuck in copyright hell because some company in Hong Kong/China owned parts of the movie collection and they didn't want to license out individual ones, so someone had to come along and buy the whole movie rights to everything and part them out. So it did get a 4K remaster recently. Waste of a title? Yeah, I can still make a Humpty Dumpty one. Hardboiled trailer. Can I show any of this? Here we go. It's so good. And again, there's no CGI here. It's all practical effects. Everyone is so cool the entire time, just doing shit to look cool. He's the next Jackie Chan? Chat, this is 1992. I don't think he's the next Jackie Chan. He's around the same time. He's been in multiple John Woo movies. Hotline Miami took clear inspiration from this. Like, especially this scene. There's explosive rounds in shotguns for some reason. It's fucking sick. It is beautiful. Did you enjoy the 1 hour election counting? I actually didn't get to see it because I was busy up until stream start. I have no idea how the election has gone, and I of course don't aim to be political in terms of influencing people's opinions on a party, because I think that gets to be really annoying on a stream. Because just have a democracy in the title, had some people come in. But, yeah, no spoilers. Hang on. I'll give you my live reaction of just... And so that was today's election. Wow. Really? By that much? By that much? What the fuck? Well, you learn something every day, and that was what I learned from the election results from today. There you go. Is he smiling in the movie? Oh yeah, it's a very cute romance between the two. It is not quite a buddy cop movie, but is a cop and undercover cop conflict. Very, very fun. Yeah, it's a romance. Romance, not romance? Well, the way they look at each other is a little... Okay, the scene in the boat, you cannot deny the gachamuchi energy from it. It looks like one of them is about to bust out and say, "The club is 3 blocks down, buddy." As they are sitting in the boat after one guy has dived into it to pin him against the wall, hold a gun to his face, and then they sit and manspread at each other while both smiling and giggling. And saying, "Oh, you killed me? Oh no, I'll kill you. Oh. Okay, see ya." Mutual respect for each other, not love. Yeah, see, the problem with that is that the Spartans realize that mutual respect and love for warriors is kind of the same thing. And damn it if it doesn't make the movie better that they are so happy fucking with each other the whole time. It's so great. Any chance of watching Infernal Affairs? I haven't got that on my list, but I can take a look at it. But yeah, anyway, watch John Woo. Second John Woo movie, Hard Boiled, is incredible. Really loved it. You can see the clear inspiration for so much in honestly every game since, and every Hollywood movie that aped this thereafter. It is fantastic. For a modern audience, they might find the start a little slow, but the middle and end is extremely, extremely satisfying. Anyway. Chat, it has been 3 hours, and actually it's 11 p.m. So, it is a wonderful time to go through and do the daily dulls. Is this a letterbox segment? Fuck, I should have made that letterbox segment. Okay, well, next time. I feel like I'm on top of my game, but not really. I'm gonna look back at the stream and see that I'm just sitting there vibrating and foaming at the mouth. Welcome to the section known affectionately as Grandma's Crossword Puzzles, where I go through and play all the daily dulls. Scrandle, Gamedle, Wordle, etc, etc. Remember, as a streamer, it is my job to try and not cheat by looking at chat. However, I may accidentally do so. And you are free to play along because I might ask for help. So, let's get started with Wordle. Grandma, it is a bit of a joke about how crossword puzzles are kind of a grandma thing to play. And I like to sit on my chair and like rock back and forth while I do little puzzles. And Jared calls me old, so, you know. Waddle. Shake. S and K. Alright, how about S, sk, scoop, shka, shkra, shkra. Slink. S-L-I-K at the end, one letter missing. Sl. Sl, 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 slick, slifk. Slurk. Slick. Slick. Bada bing, bada boom. Connections, and then the mini. One day, I'm gonna come into the stream and text them bottom left will say well rested, then I will know the end is nigh. Yeah, I feel as though I exist in a perpetual state of I rest a little bit, get bored, and realize that I am just a workaholic. Addicted to workamahole, and then I get less sleep and I keep going. Pound, plane, object, crown, jump, mark, frank, rich, goal, straight, point, bishop, king, blend, thrust, capture. A bishop, a king. That's a red herring for chess, but maybe capture chess terms. Blunt and frank. Blunt, frank, rich, straight. Plain. Direct. Jump, mark, pound. Rich bishop. Point object. Or object. Goal, king, crown, thrust, capture. The goal, the object, the mark, the point. Target. Jump, pound, rich, bishop, capture, thrust, crown, king. Well, pounds are British. The British have crowns and kings. British people? It's cold. No. Capture. Thrust. Jump. Pound. I'm not quite sure about this one, actually. Some wood. Not quite sure about this one. Also, the white is very, very bright in my eyes. Was there a dark mode? I can't remember. I feel like King Bishop capture and maybe crown for chest harms? One away. Chest harms. Frost, rich, pound, jump. Is it called pounding them when you beat them? How the other ones work? Jump, pound, crown, frost, rich. 4 on this one. Jump, crown, pound, rich, frost. Okay, so it wasn't crown, so that leaves these 4 as opportunities for this one. So crown is definitely a part of the other one. Maybe. Well, not definitely. Jump over pieces is something the horse can do. I said horse. Oh no! It wasn't that. Oh no. It's... That's also a 1 away. So that means either these are both part of it, or it's one of these 3. What's the other one then? Because these 2 are either the same as this one or in different ones. So jump and crown. Jump and crown. Like Princess Peach? Jump, pound, crown, frost. That doesn't make sense. Nope. Okay. Fuck. I might need help. I might need to phone a friend. Chat. Cake? Pound cake, frost cake? Jump cake? Rich cake? I used my phone a friend on cake. Oh! Oh, fuck. Oh. The number you have called is not available. Pound or rich. Because fucking rich. That wasn't even 1 away. Oh, fuck. It's one of these ones and not one of these. Oh, we're so fucked. We're so fucked. We're so fucked. We're so fucked. Oh. So it means it could be these ones. Because capture, bishop, king, crown. It was 1 away. Jump. Pound. King, pound, jump, capture. Oh, you jump someone, you pound them, you capture them. You frost, like kill him? No! Checkers! Fuck! Yeah, I thought it was like the mafia thing, like you ice him, you frost him. Like you jump someone, you pound them, you capture them. You ice them, frost them, fucking, I don't know. Oh. Anyway, it's currently the outbreak, so it's a wonderful time to stand up and stretch. Up you go. Yes, boss, right away, was. Frosted them just like you asked. Real sexy like. It was Jump King? God damn it. Ow. Ow. I was stretching and I kicked the back of my fucking ankle into the chair. Ow. Oh. Ow. Ow. Oh. Proof? We need proof. I'm fucking dying. Is the chair okay? Thankfully, yes. It's very well constructed. Unfortunately for me. And Ben knows I haven't kicked my hardwood table in months, so that's good. I think having harder materials does kind of train you to not be as clumsy because it fucking hurts. Ow! Fuck. An orthopedic surgeon send you a picture so you can assess the damage. Yeah. What do you want with my gross fucking old lady feet? What do you want with my gross looking fucking things? Alright, where was I? Ah yes, I'll have some water. Thankfully my foot doesn't hurt. I think it was mainly the shock of it. It throbs a little actually, but not too bad. No such thing as a gross foot. I beg to differ. I have seen many awful feet. Walk into a supermarket, you'll fucking see all of them. Everyone in Australia wears thongs in summer. Again, thong means flip-flop for the Americanly abled. Spring cleaning box 1, I still love it. Fucking what? First name Poe, Edgar Allan Poe. Let bygones be bygones. Gorilla or chimpanzee? Ape. Clock set in the UK abbreviated. Eugene Levy to Dan Levy. Bro? Son? Something biv. Color mnemonic. What? Spring cleaning box 2, someone else will love it. What the fuck? If you don't like it, that's your problem. Fuck off. Spring clean box 3, it's worthless. What? Panel of buttons on which passcodes are entered. Keypad. Just barely defeated. Edged out. Narcissist has a big one. Ego. High score in words and spelling bee. I'm not 100% sure. Channel changes. Something bunny. Musician known as the king of Latin trap. Bad Bunny. Painful eye malady. Painful eye malady, like a glaucoma? Prefix for a modern genre. Neo. Spring cleaning box 1, I still love it. Keep. No fucking idea. If you don't like it, that's your problem. Sue me. Channel changes. Remotes. Methods. Clock setting UK abbreviated. AM PM? Clock set. Oh, GMT? That's like a time zone. It's not a clock setting, it's a time zone. A clock setting would be on like a physical clock, you know, the 24-hour time or a 12-hour time. And you would wind the clock back with the fucking, fuck it, okay. New time zone. Something GBIV, color mnemonic. Well, Jeep, I assume they use red, green, blue, so red something. I don't know what RGB, but that doesn't come with rows, so. Painful eye malady. A sting. Sty. Roy G. Biv. Roy G. Biv? Spring cleaning box 2, someone else love it. Oh, donate. Okay. And last one is, it's worthless, toss it. Oh, RGB primary colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. You guys don't go to that one. It was red and orange and pink and blue. Purple and orange and blue. I can see a rainbow. See a rainbow. See a rainbow too. But that one's stuck on my fucking head. Yeah, I can sing a rainbow. That's what I told you. 1955 is when that was made. Wow. Wow. Missing the P from Cape. Oh, I know we put P in. Yeah, I can sing a rainbow is the one I'm thinking of. Pain. Oh, you're gonna laugh? They're doing sign language for disabled children. You're gonna laugh at this? This is painful to you? Yeah, no, it's a bit of PTSD for every Australian. I had to do that in school, yeah. Doesn't how rainbows work? Tell that to Australia. You never been here. You don't, they're different. You look up and red and orange and pink and green. Purple, orange, I said orange twice. See, I fucked up the mnemonic. Sniff, sniff, fucking... Hump. Schnoz. Fuck you, snoz is a word. Snozzle? Fuck you. That's a word. Snot. Schnoz. Fuck you. Spot. Fuck you. That's a word. Kebab. Nope, that's not it. Fake. There we go. Hump. Trek. Let's ball. Snout. Okay, fair. Snozzle. Schnozzle. Schmozzle. Fucking human nose. No.
Imagine not having ice takes off a bottle glasses and laughs in all day.
Yeah. Leon. Huzz. Huzzle. Muzzle. Sozzle. Schnozzle. Hawk. Horn. Turn. Fucking. One. Then. Honk. Fucking honk. Fucking honker. Yeah, there is. Fucking honk. Sont. Schnozzle. Fuck, it was schnozzle. I just did it without the H. Fuck. I said snozzle. On the nose? Yep. Proboscis. Okie doke. But then of course that leaves after this one. Vandal. Alright. Let's now guess what song comes out of here. 2005, 970 million. Easy part 2, pop, hip hop, and dance, drum and bass, guitar and saxophone, another guitar, brass ensemble. Pump it. Louder, pump it, louder. Yeah, fuck you. Dum, 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 ba-dum, dum, dum. Wait, did this sample an older song? It sounds very similar to a Tarantino song. Well, not from Tarantino, he used it in his one movie. Sung by Dick Dale. From Pulp Fiction? Oh, okay. Masilo. Oh, okay. Sounds like a sad balloon ghost. Oh. That's a bit better. That bit was better. And I'm gonna go through my fucking... I gotta find the Black Eyed Peas thing I posted. The spider. Boom, 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 da, ba, da, ba, boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Yeah, so the spider overstayed in a suburb. And so we had to get the red back out. Black Eyed Peas. Next up is, of course, the one, the only, enclosed horse. Day 82, eruption. I set a timer for 10 minutes. As otherwise, I may take a little too long. If you don't know how this puzzle works, this horse wants a big area. We can cut off around the horse, like so, and that gives them a score of 30. That's a big little area. But we can increase that area. And what we want to do is make it as big as possible for the puzzle. And usually I ask chat to tell me the answer for how many, so I don't spend a million hours trying to get it perfect. Alright, push that there. That one goes there. That gives us one more back. That can go there and get all these ones now extra. That is effectively free for the same amount of space. That can get pushed up there. That moves these ones down like this. 75. We still have 2 more walls in use. One, two, three, 4. A7. Nice 7. Nice 7. Can we make this better? Because this one's gonna move that down there. That's 4 potential spots to improve for not as much, I think. Is that that's 4, 6. How much is it? Nice 7's the goal. Oh. Modified Penguin, thank you for 3 months. Welcome in. Now, as we have finished this quite early, then let's see if there are any more puzzles to go back through. I'd originally done all of these, but unfortunately it's local to your browser history, so I lost a good 70 days worth of horse. Alright, day 1. Fortress. 9 walls. That's 55. That's then... $70. 72. I can move up to there. 77. I can move there, that creates another opening. Move there, that creates another opening. You have to block off that one, to get that much more space, which technically you could... If we sacrifice this ones to here, like that, that's 3, that gives us 1 more, which we can use to move you there, and then
block off that one there. Are we able to get this down to just 1? I believe not particularly. If we take this one and move that here or here. That's 52. That's way worse, actually. But if we push that one out to there and there, that gets to 63. Anyone here would need 3 sacrifices there. Which doesn't make much worse compared to this one. What's the number for this bit? Day 81 horses. Bleh. 80? Ooh, okay. So if you sacrifice down to this one, I'll be able to get slightly more out of it. One, 2. Dip, 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 dip. That's 66. That's not as much. Oh my god, there's also a bonus round for this one.
Keep up the great streams. Hope you are well.
The Jacob, thank you very much for that 5 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Alright, let's go for... Let's try something radically different. Let's see about this one. If we were to block off here, that needs 2 the whole way. This one only needs 1. So move there, there. That's 52. We have 1 more wall we can use. Which if we move it up there, that needs 1 here, here, here. Which is not the best option. That can go 53. That can get pushed out to... here. If we're able to instead bring you down there, move you there, move you here, that's 75. That is 70, 80. Ba ba da da ba ba. Bonus round. Ooh, okay, bonus round. There is golden apples, which are plus 10. There's portals going between these 2. And we need both the unicorn and the horse to be able to connect. Oh my god, you forgot about the bonus round? Yeah, no, I did too, so I get plus 2 minutes. Okay, so our initial one was this way. We need to include this lovely horse and that lovely horse. So the easiest way currently would be like so. And then we have 5 walls to do this bit. There's 42 currently, that's something. $61. 62. That is minus 5, minus 5, minus 5, minus 5. That is minus 20 plus 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That is a net positive there. That's 63.
If we move this one up to here, here, if we can 1, 3. So we'd have to block off this part with less portals. This one has to be blocked off with that many. There's no other way around getting to this horse without blocking off theirs. That's the most, that corner is the most it can be. If they click on these different things, yeah. I chose to spend specifically. Don't read into it. For a prisoner, I've got pretty good company. I take back everything I said about the walls. I will not be making further complaints at this time. Aww. They're happy and in love. More spaces with the buck above the beat. Good catch. 68. What's the number for this one? $71. 1, 2. We can block this one with 1, 2, 3. Nope. No, we can't. No, we can't. Because that'd be a way to get to this horse here. That'd be 3 there, so that eliminates all of this. That gives us 5 walls to play with here. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which would need 1 more to get up there. Morning. Come on in. This is slightly less B. How? Because I feel as if this might be the way to do it. How should I? I'll add another minute. If we were to do this with the horse, the only way is to go up through here, so sacrificing 3 for this one. Get an extra one diagonal on top left. Because you do this, the horse escapes. We put that there, there. But this horse can never have a partner. But this, they go through the portal, negating the point of having these ones. Because that means you have to sacrifice 4. Can't come from that way, so it has to be portal or this way. Hold to the right. Yep, that's what we're trying to plug. Move this here, move that there, then that's the same thing as not having it there in the first place. Move that one there. That then means we move that there, which negates the point of having these there in the first place, because otherwise we can't really knock it around there. Okay, back to the drawing board in this one. Add 30 seconds. Want a hint? I would love a hint. Steady. Chat is typing a hint. Move the walls in the middle down and save 1. 4 moves away from getting it. 71? Is that the answer? Yay! Thank you for the hint. That was helpful. And that was enclosures.hush. Next up, we have the wonders of Gameville. My sinuses, that's Farmville. That's Farmville, and I am ashamed to say that I did buy Farmville gift cards because I didn't want to put my credit card into an online application on Facebook. I did buy Farmville cards. No, it did not get anything good. Artwork. Snake Eater? Pitfall? Domino from Marvel? Is it like X-Men? X-Men Mutant Apocalypse? Nope. Oh, that's Japanese. Animal. Nope. None of these. War. Faces of War. Fuck. No idea, actually. Eurythmics? Front Mission. Huh. Yeah, it's a very 80s horror anime art style. Like Angels That Go Vampire Hunter-y. I like typed Angels Vampire. This one. Leon? Damn it. You look familiar. Detroit Become Human? Detroit Become Human. Marcus. Wait, no, Marcus is bald. Fuck. That's not Resident Evil, so it can't be Leon. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. David Cage? Fahrenheit? Until Dawn? Wait, no. Oh, it's a remake. Oh, it's a remake because we played the original version where it was like this. We did not play the remake. We played the port. So this is a very different style of... See, that's why DLSS 5 is dog shit, because it doesn't look like the character. Another remake of Until Dawn? Didn't they have like several? Until Dawn releases. Until Dawn released in 2015. It came out on fucking... It was originally a PlayStation Move game. Remake announced in 2024 and released in 2024. It was kind of a pointless remake, actually, yeah. Yeah. I also turned on a movie. Tilt, Cadet, Ramps, Bumpers. Starflux? Plunger Flipper Mission Retro PC. Oh. Space Cadet Pinball. Yeah. Remember that sound? Yeah, fucking, where is it? Is it no just fucking, I'd go to... Yeah, the one is XP. Space Cadet Pinball. Oh, hey, there is. Close your eyes. It sounds like you're fisting an android. I mean, especially this bit. Great sound effects. Now guess the game and start with the Left 4 Dead 2. It is a shooter, it's first person, and it's before 2009. Not horror, not survival. Before 2009. My brain isn't working. There's many of those. There's many first-person shooters. Fucking Red Faction. Not sci-fi after 2001. Can't be an adventure game. Fucking Battlefield 2. Haha, Windows only, shooter, warfare, before 2005, single player and multiplayer, no co-op. No third person. And it is either EA or Digital Illusions. So, probably EA. I'm gonna say probably then Medal of Honor. That was 1999. Oh, Medal of Honor, fucking World War II, Allied Assault. Oh, fucking Medal of Honor, Pacific Assault. There we go. And of course, Rattle and Scrandle. From Papyrus to Undertale? Oh, yeah, Undertale. Papyrus. To 5 letters from one of these clues. A something papyrus might deliver to your door. A letter to the front of papyrus animal. Platypus. No. 1 letter papyrus to avoid using typesetting. Drop the outside letters, get the first name of an actress. A Piru. Papyrus is an old form of paper. 4 letters. A newspaper might be delivered. 7 letters. News brand associated with skateboarding? No idea. News is a popular brand of information. Drop the outside letters. Nope. Drop letter. Nope. Okay. Skateboarding news. Shreds. Keelys. Toady. Hawk. Radical. Fuck. Oh no, never mind. News letters seen on the 4 sides of a news truck? News building? Building. Oh no, northeast, west, south, compass. Fucking idiot. 6 letters. Then drop 1 probably. Oath from full officer. Come ass. Ass. Cop ass. No. 6 letters. So the 2 vowel sounds in compass get part of a college. Compass. Compass. Campus. Campus. College. 5 letters. Camus. Camus. Holy fuck, I have a relevant tweet for this. Alder the Camus had 3 humps. Alder the Camus had 3 humps. I'm so happy. I was fucking saving that because I saw that in my tweets before. I opened it all like, oh yeah, speaking of the stupid tweets I pulled, but we didn't get to that in the tangent. Holy fuck. Thank you, Rattle. 5 letters. Camus was a popular brand of ciggy. No. Reverse Camellia plant. Sumac. I don't know what sumac actually. Spice? And Albert Camus loaded in the chamber? I did. Three letters. Maybe drop the outside. Uma. Uma Thurman. 4 letters. Uma. Musume. Or like my other hit tweet. Uma Glusume. The horse glue. It's all coming up, Mako, today. The comedy's flowing just like my brain cell out my fucking ear. 4 letters. Change 1 letter, avoid use typesetting. Uma brand. Puma. A Puma. 4 letters. Puma brand associated with skateboarding. Puma. Puma is a popular brand of shoe. Did you learn shooting a word to inside typesetting? That must be sans. So shoot brand associated with skateboarding. Fucking Nike? Adidas? Skateboarding shoe. Tony? Hawk? Fuck. Oh no. Okay, so this is the last one is sans. It's gotta be sans because sans serif. It will change one letter in something. You get a word using typesetting. So sure brand associated with sans with one letter change Vans. You know what skateboard? Does it sound like I can remotely skateboard or have the dexterity to do a fucking pop shuffle 360? No. I'm gonna die. Fried chicken. Welcome to Scrandle. Macaroni and cheese or pie chip and gravy. They always pick the chips. Brazilian barbecue or chicken and chips. Fuck. Oh god, that's difficult because the camera is bad. The lighting is bad. That's so much better, but that has better lighting. They fucked up the Brazilian barbecue. That's a fucking 10 out of 10 meal, especially for that price. Brazilian barbecue is like 30, 40 fucking $dollars otherwise. That is an incredible price at a game for Brazilian barbecue. I fucking love churrasco. That is a fucking insane price, but you know they're gonna pick the picture with more saturation. Brazilian barbecue is fucking so good. A fucking churrascaria is so fucking nice. It's so good. Chicken hearts are delicious. And the fucking rump. Ugh. Even that one here yet? I have not. I've been to a bunch of the ones in Sydney and they're all very good. Chicken hearts? Yeah, little chicken hearts. They're very nice. And they have like the little potato stuff and the pineapple. Ugh. The banana too, the fried banana. Ugh. Usually it's all you can eat places and they just keep coming around with like the fucking knives with the meat on them. You're like, hello, I'd like one of that, please. Veggie dog or chicken tikka wrap. I would pick the veggie dog. I like that. But that's a chunky wrap. It doesn't have much inside of it, actually. That looks dry as fuck, but they're gonna pick that anyway. Because they're stupid. Cheeseburger or pizza slice. Both are fucked options, but that's less bad. Cornish pasty. Bar of chocolate. That chocolate has a football jersey on it. I'd never fucking buy that for £4. Cornish pasty. Chicken chips or witch's cat. Hat dog. Bun shaped like a cat paw. See, fundamentally I know that every hot dog does look like that. But still, I'll take the chicken and chip. Coconut, shrimp, and truffle oil fry. You're doing too much. Calm down. Coconut, shrimp, truffle oil? What the fuck? That's too many different things. That's too many contrasting flavors fighting for your... Coconut, shrimp, truffle oil? Go for the spicy chicken bucket. Fucking K-barbecue in Korea for £3 for that bucket? Holy shit. Double cheeseburger and chips, £11. That's a good looking burger. A little tall, but looking pretty good. Curry and a cup of the pint. There's some papadums and a Stockport County burger. Yeah, chips are a little shit, but you know, a Sikh kebab roll or a pie and mash, easy. Spicy sausage sloppy joe. Fuck, that's a good price for a really good looking hot dog. That is too messy. People go to football to see Messi, not to eat Messi. Oh, maybe some of them. I'm so glad the hot dog won. That's a generational comeback for hot dogs. There's undeniable value. They typically hate that. But yeah, where was I? This one, the Brazilian barbecue wins here, 100%. Those are some shit chicken tenders, drowned in fucking mustard and barbecue sauce. That is delicious fucking coleslaw, chicken, chorizo, beef steak, with wonderful sauce, fucking from Brazilian barbecue. Ugh. That is so good. The only thing is that the saturation on that one is turned down. Here, hang on. Saturation adjust. Just a quick little. Let me open the fucking photo, you dick. Let me do the script. Oh, you bitch. Fucking incognito. Hold on. Yeah, the barbecue here 100% wins. Oh, they disabled fucking opened image. It's a fucking frame. You... Scrandle dev, let me see. I'll fucking screenshot it then. Fucking... Uh-oh. 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 My entire Chrome just froze trying to open up another tab. And... oh no. Is it just the Twitch tab? Because my shit's at 20%, 48% usage. It's not that tab, nope. Oh god. Oh no. Yeah, my Chrome is very unhappy right now. I don't know why it's suddenly so bad at just running in the day-to-day. What should have been like a 5-second, here chat, I'll open this in a new tab and show you the fucking saturation image turned into fucking dying. Here. Increased saturation, that easily beats that one. Easily beats it. Ooh. Now let's see. I should probably grab a snack or something. And then we can decide what to do. But yeah, mandatory, if you're liking the stream, did you know that there are many options available to you, like ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba, exclamation much. That's right, makofukasame.com. There's all kinds of merchandise available, like the stupid fucking pillow. And good stuff. Like the demotivational posters and mugs that are very, very cute. People love them. If you want to see how much people love them, take a look. People put them on the stickers on things. People buy their mother's glasses. People hang them up everywhere, actually. Look, you get the stupid fucking pillow. hanging up in your
I
cubicle.
can't afford merch, but I can afford this.
Look at it above the ceiling as you go to sleep. And Dakradad, thank you for $10 dues on YouTube. Thank you very, very, very much. That's very sweet of you. Get a hot dog shirt. Thank you, Dakradad. Thank you very much. I hope one day the merch is cheap enough. Stupid fucking blanket. The Eureka sounds like urethra mug. There are many options available, including the ability to look like this. Hold on, I have to scroll. I have to scroll a lot, actually. Where's the standing? Where's the fucked up? I'm tired. I'm so cold. I'm tired. Oh look, there's the Costa and the Wapini. And I'm still surprised the stitching on the eyes and stuff looks that good. Use a Costa daily? Hell yeah, glad you like it. By the way, the pillow is double-sided. There's a stupid side and a cute side. This one is really dumb. This is so fucking JPEG, it's unbelievable. This side's just actually kind of cute. Anyway, buy my merch. Buy my shitty merchandise. Made by people that are wonderful and have a lot of effort put in. Buy my things. MakoFukasame.com. Your spouse likes the beanie? Hell yeah, spouse approved. Yeah, the other mug is also quite good. People love the other mugs. Oh yeah, you can also look like this if you wanna. There's so much you can do and have in your home. Unfortunately. If they're in stock, get a stupid fucking mouse pad. The possibilities are several. Not endless, but some. MakoFukasame.com. It's time for the ad break. Get out of that ad and into another ad. It's a living. I'm gonna grab a snack and come back. Thank you for listening to me shill. That JPEG is so crunchy. I know, right? It's great. Cuppa, shill. You wrap your Cleo plushie in it. You get the cool fucking hat. Oh yeah, I'm setting up to scratch. I'll be right back. Why is it so pixelated? Because it's meant to look bad for the pillow. That was a test match. And somehow people actually like it.
Hello. Welcome back in. I hope everyone had a wonderful little break. I figured, especially since I'm more tired than usual, I should make sure I stand up and wiggle my limbs, go to the bathroom, definitely get some more water. What's that little snack? I had a couple squares of chocolate. Walk your dog? Hell yeah. Good job taking care of your friend. I'm wondering what to do. Ba-da-ba-ba. What kind of chocolate? Whittaker's. I really love Whittaker's chocolate. Oh, I'm starting to slow down a little bit, I think. I really love the Whittaker's, the regular creamy one. This is New Zealand chocolate. They, so far, I think use the most cocoa out of any other chocolate brand that's available. The price enough for you? Oh. I really like them. Even I tried some more of the Tony Chocolonely ones. I think it's a great message, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't like the taste of the Tony Chocolonely chocolate. I feel a little rude in saying it, but it doesn't taste like what I'm used to with good chocolate tasting like. Because it's definitely better than Cadbury, but it doesn't taste as good as some like Whittaker's or Hayek's. A darker off taste? I'd say it has like a little bit of a off taste, like a kind of waxy taste to it. It doesn't taste like chocolate so much as something made using chocolate. Again, great message. They really care about, you know, responsible labor disclosure. I respect that a lot. But the taste, I've never had it be a preference for me, even though I've heard many people hype it up a lot. Yeah, experience turns there. Maybe it's just an Australian thing, because this is better than like the cheap, shitty Hershey's and whatchamacallit, other types of chocolate there. Tony's chocolate is 200% the maximum lead. Ooh. That's a bit rough, but then again, I feel like that's just because if it's coming from their own testing, maybe it's that they're the only ones actually testing it as thoroughly as the others. Oh, my sinuses. But yeah, Whittaker's I still have a preference for. Oh, I should also show them my vitamins. What? How classy if you get hands on chocolate looks good. It's quite good. Hayek's is also the Australian. Hayek's Hayek's is the Australian like boutique chocolate store. This is also really good quality stuff, but very, very, very expensive. Very expensive. You're in Germany by European brand? Yeah, if you're in Germany, I've heard Belgium and Germany have very good chocolate, so you may want to look locally. Because I do strongly recommend Whittaker's if you can get it cheaper, but in Europe, you probably have better options locally than the price equivalent importing this one. Want to try stuff? Then fair enough, go nuts. And sleeping across your sleep schedules, that's totally fine. I would prefer you sleep through the stream than hurry up and start, you know, ruining your sleep schedule. Like me. Also, I still have no context for the whole I appeared on Channel 9. Apparently. I would like to see that if possible. Is there any, like, is there like a live stream coverage of it? Just fine, but because you still use the Slate Lexicon? Oh, I actually don't know too much about that. I'm behind on my emulsifier game. I don't know ball there. I apologize. That's pretty much everything? Oh, okay then. So it's one of the things that you'd like it if they didn't have it, but unfortunately it's in a bunch of places. Gotcha. Oh, my sinuses. Yeah, I should make sure I get a proper sleep, because I've noticed today, after 2 days in a row of 5 to 6 hours, I'm feeling bleh, and I'm getting the random, like, jolts in my temples and, like, my fucking feet and hands. I know that's a very common thing. Whenever I tend to not sleep as much, I get weird, like, electrically jolts in my fingertips and feet. Probably a sign I should make sure I take it easy and actually get a proper sleep tomorrow, which, by the way, is the Vishayan anniversary. It's the Vishayan anniversary. Well, the collab for it. And Vishayan is a lovely group of women we're a part of. They are very good friends. And that should be around 1 PM or so? Yeah. There is the lovely Vivi, Yozo, Gene Famous, Cleo IP, and Hanya. Again, it's a very casual thing. People can come in on that. We'll play something. 1 PM? Approximately. I'll just see you streaming. Make Cleo host. If she wants to, she wants to. Otherwise, it's all good, whatever. Love Cleo, and love Hanya, and love Jets, and love Vivi, and love Yojo. Alba the cowboy, 3 hubs. Alba the cowboy, 3 hubs. Oh dear, I am so sleepy. I wonder, is there anything we should take a little look at? If there's anything we should take a little look at. Ba-da, 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 ba-do, ba-da, ba-da, ba-do, ba-da, ba-do, 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 ba-da, ba-do, 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 ba-do. Now, what phase is it in the whole Mako tired phases of stream compilation you guys do? What phase is it when I start just doing like not quite scatting? What do you even call this? Like fucking Disney Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs Foley? Late phase? Stage 3 or 4? Late trimester? This stream is in the late trimester, apparently. Sub stream. Well, this is very true. There's no formula for it. What? Are you full of shape on stream? I guarantee I have. I guarantee I have fallen asleep before. Oh my god, I just saw a fucking tattoo post. That's bad. That is very, very, very bad. They want a back tattoo of a stingray, inspired by the leopard stingray, but not hyper-realistic. They want the tail to go down the spine and wrap around the leg. They went to a parlor where they previously worked on, but decided to try new artists. The artist didn't have much of a portfolio, but a friend decided to trust them anyway. After day 1, 4 hours spent on the artist's freehand design. 1 hour of actually tattoo him. 600 buckaroos total. They think it looks bad, the bars tell them to trust the process. I tell them to run and find a different artist to salvage things. That's not good. That's very bad. It shouldn't. A tattoo should not look like that. I think I may be reaching the point where sleep deprivation is taking hold. Because all the colors suddenly got more vivid. And my eyes are starting to hurt. And so are my toes and fingers. I think I should probably be responsible, and considering I worked until 4 AM, slept at 5, woke up 11, did phone stuff, then did more work in the afternoon until stream. Yeah, I should probably go to bed. I'm glad I streamed though, and tomorrow I will be live. Will I? Wait. Well, at 1 PM, I'm not sure if I might be streaming during the day or maybe during the evening. Who knows? We will see. I think I'm still currently sentient. I should probably take a shower and relax a little bit. Maybe clear out my sinuses if I can help it. and try and get comfy in bed. Remember, be responsible, chat. Make sure you sleep. Sleep deprivation, I don't make it look cool. You should see me as not a good example of that. Just to be clear, you should not be getting sleep deprived. It's very bad for you. As you could hear from, I have pins and needles in my fucking feet and other extremities. My vision's wonky. I don't feel good. But please have a good day. Thank you all very much for coming in. And there will be a collab tomorrow. Again, make sure to look out for Cleo, Jets, Hanya, Yozo, Vivi if they stream. Actually, Vivi is live right now. I love Vivi very much. She is my roommate. I'm gonna rave Vivi. I'm gonna get ready for bed. Because I haven't been sleeping as good as I should. And I really have a good time to close tomorrow. So thank you all. And to all a good night. Remember to join the Discord. If you would like to stay up to date with a whole bunch of things, subscribe on the YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. And Twitch, I suppose. Thank you very much for the donations today. And the subscriptions and the bits. Oh, that made me dizzy. Play. I will preserve my health by going to bed. 4.5 hours is not a bad streak. Nothing crashed today, but Chrome is not being good. Very weird. Good night.